Alright, hello everyone! Welcome back to Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies. How's it going tonight? I had to do it once. We barely even started. There'll be plenty of time for Hold It as we get through this here. Last time we got through case number 1 of Dual Destinies. That was one hell of a case. What a great opening to this game. There's a good chance. I know I said at the end of Apollo Justice that Apollo Justice is like easily tied for my favorite. If that case is anything to go by, this is like prime for top 3 at the very least. So I'm excited to see how this game plays out. We got to see a lot of the court stuff last time, of course, being case 1. So I'm curious to see how the investigation side of things have changed now that the game's in 3D. Probably not a lot. I'm expecting everything to be pretty much the same, but who knows? We'll see. I did find out for sure. I think last time we mentioned that that this game was like was mature warning on like Twitch. This game is actually rated M. Every other Phoenix Wright game we've played so far has been rated T. Or I think E10 plus in the case of Professor Layton, maybe. But yeah, definitely this is that would explain a lot. I mean, consider all the blood we had at the start.
The nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the forbidden chamber.
Oh my god, look at that fucking Joker over here. Okay, so we're clearly not hiding the killer anymore. We're just done like playing whodunit. What exactly are we getting at here if we're just revealing the killer in like the first 3 seconds of the case? I mean, I get doing that for like the first one, but doing it for like anything other always felt kind of weird to me. It's like, okay, yeah, do it for the first one as like a tutorial type thing. Why are we showing off the killer now? A few months prior to the correspondent. Okay, so this game I was warned we're doing like a crap ton of flashbacks and shit. So we're still doing 2D environments. I guess the 3DS wasn't ready to handle 3D environments yet. Fair enough, I guess. Although the courtroom's 3D, and the Professor Layton game was like full 3D, and it looked fine. But no, I guess we're still doing 2D environments. Although it's a little wider, like even compared to Apollo Justice in this trilogy, like you could see a little more back here. You can see the edge of the piano. There's another bookshelf over here. It's kind of weird that it wasn't just like that originally. Like they made 2 separate versions of this exact shot, which is very strange. Guess I'm a little early. Oh, hey, Apollo. Getting an early start today? Yeah, it's the first job I've had in a while, after all. Well, aren't we all fired up? Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it, anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details. Work? Is that how he put it? Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again. You've really become a fixture around here, Apollo. Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. Lots happened since then. But I've sailed in nicely despite a few bumps in the road. I feel like the murder got revealed in the second case at some point. It got revealed in... Yeah, it did. Was it the second game that did it? It might have been Phoenix Wright 2. I think did that. 2 or 3 definitely did it. But anything beyond that, like, they don't usually show it. This was like super blatant though. Like they'll kind of show it briefly, like one person, and then that person becomes your client. So I don't know if we're going to be defending Joker guy over here, but showing off the killer like that's certainly a choice. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Wright Anything Agency. It's where I work. Don't let the name fool you. It's definitely a law agency. Don't forget this place is a talent agency too, Polly. It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician. and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help her with magic tricks. What's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well. Are we just leaving out the other, like, part of their relationship? I guess maybe that would be too many spoilers for the last game, for their liking. Although that does make it kind of a shame, because I feel like they could play with that, but being afraid of spoiling a prequel to this would be one reason, I guess. I was under the impression I was a lawyer. Oh, we'd better hurry. Doesn't look like Daddy's gonna make it, so let's get going. Huh? Where are we going? What about the job you mentioned? This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now, come on. Another day of not being a lawyer. Should have seen this coming. Well, this is the Wright Anything agency, you know. And there's no law-related work at the moment, so... Tell me again why I chose to work here? Where is Mr. Wright, anyway? Daddy said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry. Just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go. We don't have all day. They don't know still? I thought they opened the letter. I thought that was the whole point. It seemed heavily implied that they opened the letter. That's gonna get real awkward real fast if this keeps up. Like, extremely awkward. Like, imagine if Star Wars Episode 6 never happened awkward. Wait a second. And another day of anything goes begins at the Wright Anything agency. So we're just going to the very famous Californian mountains, right? Actually, I think California does have mountains, so that doesn't really work as a joke. Then again, we've already established that there's mountains. As of, like, Game 2. And California has a very, very good train system that goes to those mountains. Very efficient train system. The rest of America, nothing, but California has very good trains. I like how this place is like... It's like, is this 3D? I actually can't tell if this is 3D or not. Or if it's just like that weird kind of animation stuff you sometimes see on gacha games. It's probably the latter. I don't think this is 3D. You can definitely see how this was set up in a way that would have looked amazing on the 3DS. But I actually have a hard time telling if any of this is 3D models or not. Probably like some of it. I bet like this is 3D. This might not be 3D. Like the flags could be 3D. Want to have an Ace Attorney-like game where you play as a private eye? I mean, that's basically the Edgeworth games. Despite the fact that he's a prosecutor, they really do feel more like you're playing as a detective than a prosecutor. I just want all the Ace Attorney games to play like the Edgeworth games, honestly. That'd be so much better. Yeah, it's kind of motion tweening a little bit, I would say. It feels like it anyways. That's why I can't tell if this is like 3D or not. Like, this could be. Some of this stuff definitely could be. So what are we doing here? Way up in the mountains. This is Ninetales Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here. Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters. I guess that explains all these weird things. And speaking of which, wasn't Ninetales Vale founded by Japanese immigrants? Oh, of course, Japanese immigrants, yes. The Japanese immigrants really love the California mountains, as we've learned over the years. I don't know, I think I like my previous theory that Japan won World War II instead. Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here. In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy. Teddy said that with those horns of yours, you'd make a great addition to their festival. Does she really need a chaperone, though? Isn't she, like, 17? Is that not enough? I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly? I could do without thoughtfulness like that. Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. Festival grounds are this way. Alright, guess it's time to move to QB Manor Garden. Alright, same interface. Oh, this is new. Does that mean that we don't have to, like, go to certain places and then go back and then, like, forward again to other places? Like, we could just go literally anywhere at the same time? Because that would be great. I'd be a big fan of that. It just felt so pointless. Like, I get that they wanted trying to create like a sense of space, but it never really worked too well. It just kind of made things confusing. Like, why did I have to go back to the office just to go to the detention center when the detention center is probably somewhere else in town anyways? Like, it made sense in some places, like when you were going through, say, I don't know, the movie studio. You know, it kind of made sense to go back and then forward other places. But if we could just go anywhere here, that'd be much better. Nick is very protective, choosy, wouldn't leave her alone. Yeah, I feel like he's not a very good parent for many reasons, that being one of them. I mean, if she wants someone to go with her, that's fine. That's perfectly acceptable, but like, I don't know, maybe he's being a little too protective. Wow, this place is really something. It definitely feels like a different world here. I mean, we know that Japan was never winning in our timeline, but I don't know. There's like a lot of I've seen definitely a lot of fiction that's had the what if of like what if Japan won. Like pretty much anything cyberpunk only really happens because Japan won. It's the only way that even works. But no, yeah, Japan wasn't allies with USA. If they were allies, they wouldn't have been. USA wouldn't have bombed them. That'd be kind of weird. Jinxie! And this is... my friend Jinxie Tenma. She's the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here. Okay, she's the killer. The name alone screams killer. Two haunts, a love of red. Are you a demon? No, I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. It's a demon. What the... I guarantee she's the killer. There's no way that the friend is innocent twice in a row. I'm not buying it. Sorry. It's time for Trucy to have a traumatic episode. And her friend is going to jail. I don't make the rules. It's just how it is. She's gonna be the defendant? No way. I don't see her being a defendant. I could see her being a witness at least. I don't think she's the defendant. She doesn't scream defendant. Be gone, foul beast. You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space in your forehead. What is this thing? It's a warding charm. Jinxie puts on all the monsters she finds. But I'm not a monster. Maybe I should have told you you're a good demon. Or you could just say I'm human. I don't think she's gonna believe that. You know how many yokai look like humans? A demon emissary of the underworld. I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now? So you can eat me? I'm not gonna eat you. Forgive me, all terrible one. Don't have your cords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits. Don't worry. I'm already full. Please stay that way. Great. Now I'm playing along too. So I wanted to ask you about Ninetales Veil. I don't think she wants to talk to me. Looks like you've been demonized, Polly. Literally. I'm starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself. Please don't eat me. I have food if you're hungry. This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight. Apparently talking to her is not enough. If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look. Do you have any beans? Okay, what if I told you a lie? Would that help? Ouch, unnecessary roughness. It looks like I have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human. Okay, is there a chance that maybe, perhaps, can there be demon lawyers? Is there a law against demons being lawyers? No, okay, I guess not. Maybe demons can be lawyers. Maybe lawyers are demons. It's my attorney's badge, see? I'm not a demon, I'm a lawyer. That almost sounds worse. Why is lying a choice? Cause demons in Japan can't lie. Oni can't lie, they can't lie, and they hate beans. There's like a festival that they have over there where they throw beans to ward off Oni. So if I was a demon and she threw beans at me, I mean, that would be bad, but like clearly she could throw beans at me and I'd be fine. Because I'm not a demon. That would prove it. That would prove it instantly to someone like this.
Really? You're a lawyer?
Maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon.
Does it protect you from Enma Dio's judgment?
Who's Emma Dio?
I read somewhere that he's a demon lord who judges the dead for their sins.
Okay, that would be a really sick plot for a Phoenix Wright game if we actually had to like go and be in the Yanma's court. That'd be kind of sick.
Oh, I think she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
Can I go back to just being a normal demon? No, but see, that would be way cooler.
Please don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I prefer Turkish bath if possible.
Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath? I thought it was like really hot and dry in hell. Maybe she'd actually like it down there.
Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray. Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir. Have mercy on my soul.
I told you I'm not a demon, and Juicy, you're just making things worse. You just leave that Enma Dio to me.
Isn't that great, Jinxie? Uh-huh. I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife.
Someone please tell these two I'm human already? I don't think he understands the situation here, you know, he's not really reading the room.
So, Jinxie, I heard this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Uh-huh. And barely anyone has ever heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists.
Really? So the monster craze is the reason behind Tay's festival?
It was the alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling around Nine-Tails Vale.
Prowling around? You mean like wild animals or something?
Uh-huh. And they're hungry too.
Man-eating monsters. And they're all over the place.
Huh? In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was the ding-dong demon. How else could you explain it?
Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding Dong Ditch.
Well, that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Tenma Taro. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Tenma Taro? The Forbidden Chamber? About this yokai you said was in prison here at the manor, is it true?
Huh? He's a super evil demon named Tenma Taro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Tenma Taro's the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary.
So that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Uh-huh. He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and locked away forever.
Let me guess, he's no longer locked away? So, you're saying Tenma Taro is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh. But he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe. Because there's a really powerful sealing charm on the door keeping it shut tight.
What a charming security system.
You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so...
Thanks, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. Scroll depicting the demon Tenma Taro and the Nine-Tailed Fox. So, I was wondering, are those things on your forehead also warding charms, Jinxie?
It's there to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them.
Evil things?
Oh, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. They have to stay there, forever. Got it?
I wonder what would happen if I did take them off. She would probably go into a fit. Let's not make the situation any worse than it needs to be. Maybe be a little respectful of the room here.
It's time for me to get back to work. Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie. You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun.
You don't look very excited. Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright. No, that's something that'll happen at night. Just maybe want to keep all your brooms locked up. Ah, demon! Oh, wait. It's just someone in a suit, right?
Tenmataro!
Tenmataro? A demon from the Forbidden Chamber?
Please don't touch me! Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
Where's your charms? Throw a charm at him! Come on!
Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away! Chom, 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 where's that dying go to heaven, Chom?
Do you really want to send demon to heaven? Yeah, just leave it to them. I'm sure they will take care of it.
Oh, she put it on her own forehead this time.
Yeah, she sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that! Lower your eyes! He'll steal your soul if you're not careful! Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? Now what?
Look, Apollo, there's somebody up on the roof.
Oh, who's up there?
That booming laugh. Could it be? My nine-tailed golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the land. I am the wrestler of righteousness. Yaha!
I see how this is going to go. I bet that's our defendant. What if we're defending Tenmataro? Like, what if that's who our client is? See, that would definitely make her the killer then. Now, if you're trying to stop evil things from entering, you have those talismans on the wrong area.
The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is here! Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro! It's the amazing Ninetales! Up to your no good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch.
Wow, amazing. You just deleted him.
There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace. Thank you, Mr. Amazing Ninetales, sir. Now, I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish await.
What was that all about? That wrestler just chased off a yokai? Looks like it came out of the Alderman's manor.
What's the Amazing Ninetales? He's a pro wrestler from right here in Ninetales Vale.
No, wait, okay, sorry, I take it back. The Fox is gonna be our client. This is gonna be straight up a repeat of the Steel Samurai case. Like, everything is set up perfectly for this.
No one knows his true identity.
Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. Was it all about him banishing Tenmataro?
That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness.
That seems like a really dangerous thing to do, no? Like, what if he fails one time and you just let out this demon, and now he's just roaming free, unstoppable?
In the end, the Nine-Tailed Fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village. The Amazing Ninetales did the honors this year.
So that was a big surprise, huh? Amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats her boat.
Won't you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me. She's a strange one, all right. I think she's sweet in her own special way.
Knowing Trucy, she probably has lots of friends who are sweet in their own way.
Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of Ninetales Vale while we're here.
Fun never stops, does it? Where'd all those villagers come from? They were probably following... They're probably plants. I bet you they're like plants by the wrestler guy. They'll just follow him as his entourage, cheering him on wherever he goes. I'm so glad Trixie or whatever that lady with the emotion gimmick is here for the case. So glad we're learning more about her right now. I'm sure she'll probably show up. I'm just happy we're getting a case number 5 with Apollo, since he didn't get one before.
I think I brought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale.
I know, because my wallet's running on empty.
What's with all the commotion over there?
Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? Hope everything's okay.
It's terrible. This is Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened. The demon Tenmataro. He killed Ultraman Kilby.
Ah, there it is. Okay, so I was right the first time. The Tenma is our client. What?
Wait, killed isn't dead. Yes, and Tenmataro did it.
Tenmataro? You stay here while I go have a look.
Please, wait.
Ah!
It's a Tenmataro warding charm. It should protect you, but please, be careful. The other men's in the fox chamber at the top of the main staircase.
Okay, got it. The Tenmataro warding charm that Jinxie gave me when I set out for the scene of the crime. Probably don't want that on us if we're going to be taking this guy on as our client, but I guess we'll keep it for now. Oh yeah, he looks pretty dead. No, both of them look kind of dead. Are we sure they're not going to think we did it? Oh, maybe he's not dead.
Are you all right?
Oh, fuck. That's twice now they've done it. Oh.
Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Can you get an ambulance this far up the mountains? I feel like that's going to take a while. Police arrived on soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear were already dead. Was already dead, but there was one other person there. He was immediately rushed to the hospital. But will he die in the hospital? Because that happened last time. I think. Thank goodness the other man's gonna be fine. Sounds like he's only been unconscious. He was bleeding out of his skull! What do you mean he would only been unconscious?
Think Jinxie's gonna be okay?
I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. And I'd sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers and tracks.
Oh, look, here comes Jinxie. Wait to see. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Hey, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead?
Uh-huh. It was Alderman Kilby. When I found him, he was already...
So the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive, who is he?
Damien Tenma. He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town. They arrested him.
So, he's the killer? I mean, come on, that's an easy conclusion to jump to. His name is Tenma. He was the only worst person in the room. How could he not be the killer? Okay, yeah, sure, he stabbed himself in the head, I guess. Fine, you know, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time someone's feigned the victim.
Papa didn't kill anyone.
Papa, is it your father? No, plot twist, she killed him. It's on the table now, she's not the client. She could totally be the killer.
That's right. Jinxie's dad is the mayor of Tenma Town.
No way.
Yes way, but he's innocent.
This just got way more complicated. Victim was the alderman of the Nine Tails Vale, and Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do.
I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there.
Wait, I thought Tenmataro was the killer? Or was the one that was arrested not her father? Were they both arrested? Did I read it wrong earlier?
I know. I'll try my best.
Would you mind telling us a little more about the victim? So the victim was the village alderman? What can you tell me about him?
His name was Rex Cuby. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. He was really kind and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even heard he knew the amazing Ninetales.
A former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. And with your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenma Town, huh? So then, why'd you come work here?
Always overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Ninetales Vale, though she's no longer with us. She loved these flowers. I always wanted to live where Ninetales flowers grew. Wow, what a beautiful flower! And with exactly 9 petals, too. Just looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai.
Flower found only in Ninetales Vale. Boosts Jinxie's courage because it was her mother's favorite. Phoenix Wright, the type of series to have a character named Elder Lee and have their gimmick he's old as fucking cranky. Well, that's what I'm saying, like, their last name is Tenma. Like, come on. How is that not just Scream Killer? Like, that's literally the name of a type of demon. And you're telling me they're innocent? I don't believe it. Jinxie, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon.
Huh? The wedding charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door, it's been removed.
Well, yeah, didn't you say that earlier? They let out the Tenma and then put him back in to show that you're powerful enough to do so. I thought that was the whole part of this ritual. Forbidden Chamber's door. That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone.
That's how Tenma Taro escaped. But when I try and remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy.
Yeah, sign of a killer right there. You don't remember what happened? Convenient excuse.
Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today.
Between the warding charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I can see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Huh, maybe this is your chance.
Chance for what?
To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court.
Who, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers?
You wanna know what the detectives said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one.
Oh, come on, Apollo's a master of that. And if he doesn't work out, you got Phoenix Wright. Sounds like they expect an open and shut case.
Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly. You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Oh, it's all over, isn't it? I'll be all alone for the rest of my life.
All right, Jinxie's already lost her mother. All right. Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me.
Attaboy, Polly. You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Yep, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man. That's a tall order there, Mr. Justice. Hope you can live up to it.
Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Demons are usually so mean.
It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice. Nick is in here, he's still at the airport. Yeah, well, we can... What, airport? Where? Where did he go? We're in California. Do you mean the train station? Maybe he's just waiting by the car. They could always call him. He'll be here. I don't recall him being in an airport. Guess I gotta go and meet my new client. But before I forget, better jot this down in my notebook.
Hey, Apollo, what's the notebook for?
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. Oh, you got like fucking quest logs now? I don't know if we needed that. How much more complicated is this game than we need a task list? I guess that's what you call a to-do list. Ooh, sounds handy. To my notes, just open the court record with E. I can switch between the tabs.
Oh, I almost forgot. So about Jinxie's father, no matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away.
Wait, what? Come on, he dealt with the mob on his first case. You think he's going to be afraid of some guy? How bad could this be?
His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claim he can even shoot laser beams from his eyes.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that.
Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary.
Paralyzing stare. Laser beams from his eyes. And he sounds like some kind of monster. Actually, mean airport. He went to pick someone up, hence why he didn't copy Tracy. When was that mentioned? You're probably right. Was that mentioned in this case and I just completely blanked at that part? Oh, right. He did mention that. Okay, well, I mean, how long does it take to pick someone up? You know, we'll do a little investigating and then we'll pass it over to Phoenix if we get into trouble, right? That's how it goes. We did it once already in the last case. It's already a proven thing that can be done.
I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done.
Okay, thanks. Alright, see. Oh, we could go anywhere! Oh, this is so good. No more having to figure out which one leads to the detention center. You just go to the detention center. I love it. Your Honor, the client smelt it, therefore he dealt it. Send him to 300,000 years in jail. I feel like that's more like one eternity of hard labor in hell, if this case is anything to go by. Okay, well, first real case. I don't usually count the tutorials as a case, although I guess it does technically count as a case. I mean, his first real case on his own, where he doesn't have any help and he's not just like assisting the previous lawyer that he either accuses or they die or something. His own case on his own 2 feet. Busy hours. Perfect timing. Hope he's not as scary as he sounds. He looks fine to me. Oh, are you? Yikes. So, you're Damien Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Let me out of here. Sorry. I get a little loud sometimes. How incredibly rude. Sorry, did I do something to offend you? A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal. And here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rudeness. Wait, so he wasn't mad at me? Unworthy as I am, Damien Tenma shall breach these walls, so that I may treat my benefactor to some tea, and maybe some cookies too. No, wait, we can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence. How about you start by telling me what happened? I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can they? That was close. We don't need a jailbreak added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. That's quite the hat you have on there. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask why you were arrested? Whoa! Sorry, I guess some things are better left unsaid. Bah! Excuse me? To think a public paragon such as I could be treated like this. This arrest should never have happened. Go on. I fear the ill effects it will have on our youth. I have but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth. No, wait, you can protect the moral fiber of your youth after you've been declared not guilty. I suppose you're right. Came this close to quite a scare. My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman Kubi. That's why I was arrested. Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's never good. Any idea how they got there? None, for I hardly remember a thing, you'll see. Yeah, I mean, you did kind of get clobbered on the head. Surprised you're even alive.
I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something.
Or, you know, it could be because of all the blood coming out of your head, but that's just me.
What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head.
Yes, exactly what I was saying. I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing.
Huh? Was that some kind of strange laugh?
Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted out while you were unconscious. Planted? How does one plant prints? They, like, take his hand and just slather them all over the spear? I think they just slapped a talisman. Yeah, I don't know. I think they did a little more than slap a single talisman on his head, but that's just me.
What do police have on you as far as a motive is concerned? Truth be told, there's a bit of trouble between the alderman and I as of late.
Oh? Was it personal in nature?
Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. Surrender Ninetales Vale to Tenma Town now!
Yikes.
That's what I told him.
I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared. So, that's the motive the police have established for the Alderman's murder?
Indeed it is. After all, Alderman Cupid was dead, but set against a municipal murder.
And that's why you think you killed him. He was in your way.
Curses!
Mayor Tenma, are you okay?
Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this.
It'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. Ah, if only it were really that easy. I don't know if we even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma.
Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie.
Yes?
She already lost her mother. And now with me being here, I feel she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need.
Leave it to me. Juicy, I will look out for your daughter.
I shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about.
New friends?
Yes, it seems she's made some new friends since she started working at Ninetales Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters.
I thought she was afraid of yokai. But okay. Maybe it's just a front. I know of another person who likes to say the yokai are bad, but then ends up hanging out with them every single day.
Friends?
That sounds more like a bunch of monsters to me.
Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up.
Why am I so tired? Must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. A call? Oh, it's Mr. Wright. What ringtone is this? That doesn't sound like a reference that I recognize. Is it? Yeah, I don't recognize it at all. Is that original? Because, like, we know Phoenix has the Steel Samurai, and I think Edgeworth had a different one. Did he also have the Steel Samurai? I thought he had a different, like, ringtone on his phone. Also, clearly, Apollo has a much more up-to-date phone than Phoenix does. Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you? Juicy told me you've been taking on a new case. Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case. That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure. What is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was one I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar. Oh, that's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Yes, that was today. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with the case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait, what? Where is she now? Probably somewhere in Ninetales Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go find her. But I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit wearing an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. in before there's like 10 people that fit that description. New addition to the agency. Well, I better get back to Ninetales Vale quick. Yeah, looks like we are going to have her in this case. I mean, it makes sense. Remember, this is a flashback, so she didn't join the agency quite yet. So I guess this makes it her first case. Oh, that's the wrong place. This is where we want to go. Why'd I click that one?
I already told you I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you'd please tell me where QB Manor is.
You can't fool me. You're some delinquent high school student playing hooky. Didn't you guys, like, literally have a prosecutor that was 16 years old? And you're not gonna take this girl at her word?
You stupid pig-headed... This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know.
Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes.
Why would you believe me? They expect to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, should you be getting back to school?
I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student.
That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me.
Wow.
5 seconds on the job and already getting arrested. That's a new record.
Get your hands off me.
How long did it take for, like... Holy shit!
What the?
How long did it take for, Okay, well, Phoenix Wright got arrested before he was a lawyer, so I guess technically he has her beat. Think you can watch for the bystanders next time?
Whoops. Are you okay?
I think so. That police officer's out cold. Let's just hope he doesn't press charges.
I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something.
Reflex? Sounds more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it.
That would be me. And you are?
I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Wright Anything Agency.
The Wright Anything Agency? What a fishy sounding name.
It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain it to you?
Oh, right. That right. So then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I could say the same to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, but as always.
Of course. And feel free to ask away.
I feel like we already know about her because the last case, but sure, I'll humor her. So, Athena, I heard you just passed the bar.
That's right. Here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me.
A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18.
Isn't Apollo like 19? I feel like that's less than he would think, considering we had a literal 16-year-old in the prosecutor bench. 18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age? Did Apollo just, like, not hear at all anything about Franziska von Karma? Like, how is he surprised by this?
I skipped a few grades when I was an exchange student in Europe.
What is it with, like, people in Europe just, like, getting fast-tracked to graduation at the age, like, 14? It seems to happen quite a lot in this series.
And I got my license to practice law while I was over there.
All I can say is, wow. He's supposed to be a genius or something. He's 21. Oh, yeah, he guess he'd be 21 here. Right, because it's a year after the previous game. Okay, but still, that's only 2 years.
I also studied analytical psychology. Thought it might help me be a better lawyer.
Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work?
So, tell me about our client. What are they like?
Oh, right. You haven't met him yet. Well... I mean, we could just go meet him again. Well, I guess visiting hours are over. She's gonna need a lawyer before she can even be caught. It's okay, she can just defend herself. She's a lawyer after all, right? That's how that works. And that about sums it up.
He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father. Wait, are you crying? I'm not crying. There was something in my eye.
They're called tears.
Moving right along. Let's get down to business. Helping our clients are priority number one.
So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology.
That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system.
Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our clients?
Well, for example, I can try to listen in on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget.
Widget?
This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget.
It talks?
Oh, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
Now that, I seriously doubt. Talk about who needs a volume knob here.
Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with her case?
Special edition covering a case? That was quick.
It's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop? Rapido!
Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish? Tenmatado, real or flight of fancy? An airborne figure resembling Tenmatado was captured on camera on 3:40 p.m. near Ninetales Vale. Maybe it was just like a really big jump or something. Tenmatado was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky?
Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently, that photo was shot right after the murder occurred.
Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved.
Wait a second. Yokai's in one of those Japanese monsters? My god, you don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you?
No, of course not. Now, German? Why not plain old English? Supernatural murders in this country? Nah, never. Yeah, he was totally just following his style. There's no way he was flying. Like, we have no proof that flight actually exists. I'm not ready to buy it yet.
Andale, Apollo. Let's get cracking on that crime scene already.
I guess we'll go... Oh, you know what? I forgot something back here. One very important thing. Wait, we can't examine? How do you examine? Oh, okay, never mind. Apparently we can't. Don't mind me. Do we just not have the ability to examine things freely anymore? Is that just not a thing? Because I think you all know what I was going back to do. But apparently we can't do it. That's a little weird. You know, when I think, like, Japanese manners, I don't really think of stained glass and grandfather clocks and gramophones and plush carpeting. Also security cameras. That's a little weird too.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look. There's a TV in that little room in the corner.
In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Tenmataro's recent escape. So that wrestler's gone missing.
Hey, Yuto! You don't belong in here!
Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious.
What about them horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me.
Horns, that's my hair? Anyway, we're lawyers, and we're here to...
Ah. You're them lawyers who come to defend Ayotema, ain't ya? Should have reckoned you went with that expensive-looking bracelet you got there. Name's Phineas Finch. I'm a caretaker here. Pleased to meet ya. Same here. Talk about a quick change of heart. So, tell me, demon lawyer. Bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh? Come here, you little horn demon, you. Ah! These horns, I mean my hair, isn't meant to threaten anyone. They ain't? Seems like a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns, if you ask me. Then again, it ain't none of my business, so, that was fast. Guess he's done with me. Did he just steal my bracelet? Piece of shit. Give that back. Well, I'd better best get back to work. Wow, what a fucking asshole. Oh, stop right there. Me. Apollo, your bracelet's gone. How did he not notice something like that? Why was she the first to notice? Don't worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later. Somehow I don't think that'll be necessary. Just check your wrist right now. Inside of the bag. It's barely in the bag in the first place. That's a pretty pathetic attempt. Okay, this guy's the killer for sure now. Or he's the kidnapper. He seems pretty good at stealing things. What if he's good at stealing people? Sorry. I'm so sorry. Just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging ya. What else are you stealing this time? You gonna steal my wallet next? My badge? Some of my evidence? I almost feel sorry for him now. What should we do about him, Apollo? Report him to the police. They're already here, right? Just call someone over. Well, I got my bracelet back and he seems sorry enough, so... I knew you'd understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as the wad of cash in your wallet, I hope. You leave my wallet out of this. Hey, did you just finish apologizing for stealing from us? Run away! Head for the hills! He took my cash, didn't he? Well, it's a good thing I don't have any cash. I already spent it on souvenirs. Get back here, you... talk about quick escape. Huh? Looks like he dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer. Left his shoes behind, too. Guy's living definition of a bumbling thief. Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him. Ooh, hold them as ransom. I like it. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them. They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them. Can he be a victim? Kill him? I don't think we need to add murder to Apollo's rep sheet just yet. It's already looking pretty full. Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. Wait, isn't that like a body outline for our client? Why do we need that? He's not dead. Where'd all these black feathers and weird tracks come from? Popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro. You mean the great evil has returned? Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. It's okay, I think we've had weirder things in the courtroom. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be laughed out of the courtroom, actually, if you can provide sufficient evidence. Just saying. Who the hell is this? And who are you? Are you with the police? I asked first. Who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene. Is this our new gumshoe? We had one game with Emma Sky, never to be seen again. That's hilarious. I guess no one liked Emma. Everyone's just like, please don't bring Emma back. Whatever you do, get someone new. Under arrest, but I... Save it for the boys back at HQ.
Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch. Please, wait. We're Mayor Tenma's lawyers. Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. I almost took you two in. Now you two sure were suspicious, though.
I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day.
You did suplex a guy? I think you almost deserve it. Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's "In justice we trust." Oh, thanks! I appreciate it. Oh boy, this guy's a story and a half. So, what can I do for you? Injustice? More like injustice. I mean, knowing the police in this series, yeah, you know what? That's a very apt description of it. I just say, look at him, he deserved it. Get out with a unanimous not guilty verdict. Do they still have the juries? How did that turn out? Maybe the jury could be on our side for this one. So, would it be okay if I had a look around? Certainly not. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Couldn't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Yikes, is he reaching for his... In justice we trust. Your badge? What does that have to do with anything? I already believed you were a detective. I think we're good on that part. It's just his badge. You might be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line.
Hello. Let's see if we can't change his mind.
Good luck. Let me know how it goes. Place as dense as heroes come. You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice keeping injustice. That would be you. At bay. Actually, my name's Justice. I thought you already knew that though, since you mentioned it earlier. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Justice in me, you say. That's right? Are you trying to say that Justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? Well, I mean, if I'm here helping you keep Justice out, then that means I'm already in, so... No? What?
No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice.
No, it can't be!
You have on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through?
But guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too.
Sure. But only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right?
Whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice, what have you had me do?
I think we really got him.
Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go.
Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. That's a chance to start looking around.
After all that about authorized personnel only, that's surprisingly easy. Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just? Maybe the guy who's named Justice? I don't think it gets more just than that. Maybe Justin, but we don't have any of those here.
But let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right?
Right. Search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence that we can use at trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles.
You never know what's hiding around just behind the corner, right? So we move the cursor and change the perspective. If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap. Okay, let's leave no stone unturned. Nous allons commencer. Let's get started.
Oh, finally we can examine. Oh, cool. Well, now this is full 3D. Wow, this is a step up from the Professor Layton game, that's for sure. Shame we still have to use this shitty cursor in the trilogy remake here. So this is where Alderman QB's body was found.
Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it.
That's not good.
Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here.
Yikes.
Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so in the name of justice, I must say goodbye.
What was that all about? All right, bye. Okay, let's do this methodically here. We've got way more angles to deal with than we ever had before, so one angle at a time. Something wedged under his chair. Let's see if we can lift it up and...
Freeze!
Yikes.
No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers.
He does have a point there.
Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And you waited till now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, that's a chance to look around some more.
The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Yo, it's all caked with blood. Ugh.
Looks like a large blood-stained cloth.
Blood's probably the Alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got here. And why does this seem important?
What do you mean, why does it seem important? It's caked in blood. How is it not important? Please give me a good reason to believe it can't be important to this crime. Like, just without any further investigation, you know, without finding out, like, whose blood it is or if it's actually blood or whatever, just looking at this. If you're going off a hunch saying it's probably important, no fucking shit it's important if it looks like it's caked in blood.
These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the Alderman's blood.
Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing? They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird.
There must be one big bird, and not of the friendly yellow type either. Until I read the second sentence, I was like ready to make some Sesame Street joke, but apparently they already did that for me.
Maybe it's some mutant bird creature.
So, your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear?
It's more plausible than saying a monster or yokai did it.
Isn't that the same thing? Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster. I like that we're not, like, definitively ruling out the idea that it could be a monster. Like, even if, like, Apollo's not super keen on all the past crimes that happen in courts, despite him being, like, a big court fan, we're at least acknowledging the fact that, yes, supernatural shit does exist. I appreciate it.
Wow, this is a pricey looking chair.
Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it.
Really?
Yeah, and when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings.
So he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about? That stinks.
Yeah, welcome to the court system. It happens every day.
Poor Mr. Tenma. Must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him.
It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. There's a broken cup over there we can probably click on. I'm assuming different things might be exclusive to certain camera angles too, even if we can see them from others.
Look, the statue only has one tail.
Maybe it's the nine-tailed fox's sidekick. I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power.
So if you had two Apollo, I'd only have one?
Wait, what?
Not that it means you're better than me. Got it?
Like I said, what? He's barely been here for a year. That doesn't necessarily make him that much better. If anything, Phoenix should have like 10. Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenma Taro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get this door open? It's worth a try. Ugh, no good. Shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless. In justice we trust. Yikes. Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either. So an unopenable door. Right. According to Miss Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Kid, I just said that. So, the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind. Was this guy, like, trained by Gumshoe himself? Somehow Gumshoe is more intelligent than this man.
This one's a spear, but what about this one? Looks like a giant pair of pliers.
Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once.
Really? What are they used for?
Oh, things like pinching through cheeks,
Ew.
pulling out tongues. Stop, stop! Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes.
Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that.
How the fuck do you open a can with that thing? Did demons eat canned food? I just wonder what they ate besides people. That's canned people, get it right. Come on. You would know these things if you studied any of it.
Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the mayor's caretaker, Phineas Filch?
This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him. I don't think so. For one, Filch's balls are way smaller. He's not going to be turning them into a helicopter anytime soon.
Oh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Filch.
Mr. Filch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know?
Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. Ooh, look, trophies! This one is awarded to Alderman Kyubi. The Amazing Ninetales Yokai Division winner, Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament.
Yokai division? I didn't know you could have a division of one.
Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. I have the perfect name for you. The Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, demonic masked wrestler by night.
No one's gonna hire a masked lawyer, Athena. No, they're just gonna hire a masked prosecutor instead. I was like trying to think, wait, did we have a masked lawyer? And I was like, no, of course not. We had a masked prosecutor. What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro battling it out.
Careful, Apollo. It's got blood on it.
Really? Oh, hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the alderman's blood.
How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood?
Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so... Did they, like, show a bunch of blood in lawyer school? How are you not used to blood?
You're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case.
I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor too? I got a clock too? Did it like stop at the time of the murder somehow? Well, okay, how would the clock have stopped this time? Was someone like throwing the spear around? Maybe it got launched up and hit the clock just when he was killed? Maybe it was knocked down and he put it back up. Maybe the Tenma hit it on the way out. Maybe the Tenma screamed so loud, it shattered the parts inside the clock.
Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there?
Unsteady and, restless.
That's a direct representation of your current state of mind.
Wait, that was some kind of psychological test?
My diagnosis? This strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool.
You're actually not that far off the mark. What? It's almost like she has a degree or something in it. And you didn't want to believe her.
Oh, look! A cat with two tails!
No such thing. Wow, you're fun.
Oh,
And this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that?
Oh, okay, so the blood makes you squeamish, but the lady with, like, the demon teeth and the long neck? Totally fine? Alright, I see how it is. There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. She'd have a tough time swallowing. Yeah, that's why they wouldn't have any neck to begin with.
Apollo, I bet you're one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus.
What's that got to do with anything? Wow. Okay. And I thought she was supposed to be the analytical, no fun person. Clearly I was wrong. Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check the other side. Oh, what we got here? I wonder if this game has any, like, mini-game puzzle-type stuff. I'm looking at that pile and I'm just thinking, man, that looks like a perfect jigsaw puzzle. Just like that jar. Except hopefully more responsive. Something behind the door. How much you want to bet we have to fix that? Well, whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anyone put something there? It's a little closer to the door than the other one is.
Yeah, that wasn't very smart.
Maybe it's Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in panic. Oh, she was the first one to discover the body. She's the killer.
Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too.
I am?
Wow, you learn really quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of Wright Anything Agency.
I can't tell whether she's serious or not. Now, if Trucy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me. That it here? Yeah, that's where we started. So we got one more. Nope. That... Okay, I guess that was the angle. We done here then? Did I click on the talisman? I don't think I can see the talisman. Oh no, we can. Right, the camera moves, but you can't click on it. I think that is it. Unless this is the wrong angle. Here, maybe? No, you can't see it from this side. Well, these crime scenes definitely got a lot more complicated. Okay, I am gonna say this is probably it. Did we get any evidence from this? We got a couple things. We got literally one thing. Despite all the suspicious stuff, the only thing we're even bothering with is the statue. And we can't even manipulate the statue. That's cool. Are we able to, like, manipulate things at all in this game? Did we do any of that? Oh, did we do that last time? Was there any 3D models in the last case? I'm actually trying to remember if there was. The bomb, maybe? I don't think the bomb was one. Alright, where does this thing tell me where we're supposed to go next? Gather information by searching the crime scene. Okay, I'm clearly missing something then. I do appreciate the list. I was saying earlier questioning if it was even necessary, and apparently it is. Because I was about to leave, but... Am I to believe that I missed the window? I somehow forgot to click on the window. I actually can't tell if that window is open or closed. It looks closed. Hey, this window opens. Is that how he got onto the roof? Before anyone died? And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff.
The window only opens about 6 inches. Not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo. There's something caught in the window frame.
Looks like
Gold fur. Oh, what a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal.
wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman QB have a pet fox? I think we know where that actually came from. Some fur that was found at the scene of the crime. It's long and soft and appears to be from some sort of animal. Alright, that's it, right? Yeah. That was the one thing I missed. Okay, maybe I judged the task list a little too harshly. Guess that about wraps it up. Now, if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows.
Hey, Apollo. Do you hear something?
Hmm? I don't hear anything.
Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine.
Wow. Okay. Are you calling Apollo old? He lost his hearing already? What are you talking about?
A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice. In
Justice we trust. Huh? Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct.
Is he like yelling all the way up the stairs?
I heard it through the air ducts?
Yeah, check it out.
But why would she hear you through there?
Why don't we go to the diagram? As you can see, the vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through there and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
How is there wind coming from inside, though? This air duct only goes to 2 places, and neither of them are outside.
And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something.
Oh, come on, like they would do that.
A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you?
Well, maybe not a ladder, but perhaps there's a step ladder around.
I guess you're right.
And speaking of things in this room,
Yeah?
can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright?
Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case.
Oh, come on, throw us a bone here.
Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need.
I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard?
Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? To serve and protect?
I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto. Yeah, what if our client's guilty?
Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice.
Did it, Apollo?
Yeah, we did it all right. I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Since when has being a lawyer in this series been ethical? Name one time there's been ethical lawyering in this series. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene?
That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key allowing her immediate access.
Evidence Law 1-5. Okay, but aside from that, has there ever been ethical lawyering outside of when it's been actually brought up? When there's a law that's been convenient for the plot? Name one time that someone chose to be an ethical lawyer. Because the only reason we obeyed evidence law is because the game told us to. The key. So then the Fox Chamber was locked?
Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to its door.
Really? So Alderman QB didn't have a key to the Fox Chamber?
Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder.
Disappeared? You think the killer took it?
It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you.
You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean.
I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls.
Shameless rascal. Who even says that?
Well, it wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Out of the fox chamber, there are bloody footprints and black feathers scattered on top of the blood. All things we've already seen. Well, except the spear in the body, of course. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind.
You don't actually think the murder was some sort of monster, do you?
What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it.
A prime suspect would no doubt love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature.
Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander?
I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman.
So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer.
Wait, what?
Now I'm as confused as you.
Anyway, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect?
That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain.
That's what I was saying! So, why not arrest his daughter, too? She found the crime scene, after all.
And he's really scary looking, too.
Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested?
Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi.
Oh, okay, good. Some sound logic was used here. Oh, is that so?
Yup, other than the victim, the suspect and Miss Tenma. The only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time.
Filch. The guy who tried to steal my bracelet. Just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? Is she not being suspected at all?
She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable she would murder the other men and pin the crime on her father.
So what you're saying is, we're gonna probably end up finding some motive for her. And turn this case on its head.
Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up that huge spear?
So this really is a repeat of 1-3. Got it. True enough. That spear looks even bigger than her.
That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect.
I admit it does look bad, but I'm still not buying it.
Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor.
Prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial?
That's the one. He's, how should I put it? Not what you would expect. That is, unless you've faced a convicted killer serving odd time as a prosecutor before.
Wait, how does that even work? Should he be in jail for life? Dead? You allowed him to pass the bar? What the? Is this some kind of joke? Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as prosecutor?
Because he's mastered the use of psychology and courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Anyone better to prove this than a master of psychology. He's the best man for the job.
But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane.
Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so, none of us are in position to question the matter.
Who's this new chief prosecutor? I mean, the last one we threw into jail like 10 plus years ago. I wonder who's been in charge since. This really is the dark age of the law.
This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Black Quill, would he?
Okay, he did it. His name says so.
Bingo! Simon Blackquill. So you have heard of him?
Could say that.
What's that supposed to mean? Are they related? They're going to be totally related, aren't they?
Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackquill.
So, okay, so we have a wrestler, some famous guy. We have some famous guy who shows up, does a bit of a show, right after someone gets killed, a kid is being written off as impossible to be the perpetrator because they can't hold a spear. And now we have a literal person who's literally called a samurai involved in the case. If this doesn't scream 1-3, I don't know what does. Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal?
Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect this crime had on things.
How so?
His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law.
What? And he, of all people, is going to stand in court tomorrow?
Never fear. I myself will be there to protect you.
That's reassuring, I guess.
Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow.
Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off.
Wait, you telling me you didn't take your shoes off, Athena? Did Apollo not take his shoes off either? What the fuck's wrong with you two? Just because we're in America, in a Japanese town in America, doesn't mean you need to disrespect the rules like that. Also, what is it with Americans not taking their shoes off inside? That's weird. That's always been weird. What the hell's wrong with you? Take your shoes off. Don't track mud around the house.
Ah, I haven't even noticed. Why am I barefoot?
You honestly hadn't noticed till just now? Wait a second. The shoes were found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't have to be your shoes, would they?
Yes, yes they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice.
Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective.
Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet. That's pretty amazing.
I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective. So let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. But there's 2 pairs of shoes down there. Are you telling me we found a 3rd pair? What's going on here?
This is just awful. Terrible, I say. Somebody help.
Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch?
No. The name's Filch. Phineas Filch.
Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. So, what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch?
Oh, it's just terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick.
Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Is this one of his traps? What's he gonna steal next? Oh, it's the mask. Looks like some kind of mask.
It's the Amazing Ninetales mask.
The Amazing Ninetales? Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival's special event. What's his mask doing here?
He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him.
What? Who would do such a thing?
Let's go, talk over there in private.
Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. A mask that washed up by the riverside. White hair inside. So, what makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered?
You really want to know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't you?
Yeah, I mean, no. I mean, just tell me, please.
Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team. Me and my bandit's mask and you and that demon mask of yours.
A demon mask? Wonder if I can make it big.
Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut till after the trial.
Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't actually... Why'd I let him pull me off topic like that?
Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the Amazing Ninetales' murder already.
Alright, I'll ask him about the murder. The supposed murder. Something tells me we're not getting a double murder here.
The Amazing Ninetales is our village's savior, and don't you forget it.
Trademarks a gold cape made to look like 9 foxtails. He whirls to the ring, smacking down 10 town wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing 9 tails of ale in a blink of an eye. Yep, saved our town village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. Huh. Amazing Nine Tails really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he was worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster like yourself, Mr. Filch.
Wow, way to just insult someone that you're interviewing as a lawyer.
Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the Amazing Nine Tails. I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai.
Since when was that a compliment? Ouch! What's the big idea? Kick her, she's the one that insulted you.
Check your pocket.
Hey, how'd you do that?
Yeah, keep it. I got lots more.
So, you keep saying the Amazing Nine Tails was killed. What's the story behind that? Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside?
That's only part of it. The main reason is so no one's seen him since the special event. Words around Nine Tails Village say he was killed by Tenmataro.
You villagers really are superstitious, aren't you?
That we are. We love conspiracy theories, too. Like the mayor's diabolical plot.
The mayor of Tenma Town? What's he plotting?
Rumor has it he's planning on releasing Tenmataro. That's why he wants the murder. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control.
That's quite the tale.
Ain't finished yet. There's only one person who could stop the mayor. A hero, the Amazing Nine Tails. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma Town and stop the municipal murder.
I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried.
Hello. You still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember?
Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder?
I was in the caretaker's office, guarding the entrance like Mr. Cupid said I should. And I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work.
You must talk about the small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back up your statement, Mr. Filch.
I do indeed. I was with the mayor Tenma's aide. Florent the Bell's his name.
So, two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, alright. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder?
Kept watch the entire time. Didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, there's a security camera would spot them.
So no one came in and out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So, do you think this mask is the real deal?
Oh, without a doubt. That is the mask worn by the Amazing Nine Tails.
What about that white hair I found inside the mask?
Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing.
And this places the mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... what does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked to the murder and is against the merger? No way. Could the Amazing Nine Tails and the Alderman actually be...
Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face.
Oh no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Why, you gonna say they're the same person? Preposterous. There's no way they could be the same person. That old guy, who was a former wrestler, killed? And this person, who is a wrestler, killed? No way. I don't believe it. Alright. Where else should we go here? Do we want to go back I guess I could look at the hints, but I keep forgetting that's the thing. I'm so used to just, like, going around seeing what we can find. Oh, look. There's Jinxie.
Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and...
Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. Isn't that, like, a little weird for Japanese people to like dairy products so much? I mean, they eat the stuff, but I thought, like, doesn't really agree with them half the time. That's why they don't eat it a lot.
Time to make a better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance.
Ah, see, there it is. Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie! Hey, it's me.
It's the demon lawyer.
Ugh, not another warding charm.
Apollo, who is she?
Oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene.
Oh, so she's the one who... hello. My name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Where's Chusi?
She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case.
Oh, wait. How do I know you didn't... That you didn't gobble her up alive?
Relax, I didn't eat her up. And I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place.
Oh, poor little Chusi.
I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself.
She's quite an, interesting character, huh, Apollo?
Alright, what can you tell us about this instance since you were apparently here first? Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened?
Not much. At least, not yet.
But you do think Tenmataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival.
I don't know anything about that.
Huh? But you said Tenmataro murdered the alderman. It's okay, Jinxie, you can tell me... what was that for?
We perceive things when they don't get enough sleep.
There's no such thing as monsters. What? Will you, like, go to a parallel dimension? What's gone into her? So, if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human?
No. You are still a demon.
I give up.
Seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenmataro for some reason.
But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai in the Fox Chamber. Jinxie, about this charm.
That's...
You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenmataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right?
That's... true, but...
If there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it'll help your father, too.
Alright, then.
Why do you think Tenmataro's the killer?
I saw him. Saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison. And ran straight by me. What?
Jinxie, tell us everything you saw.
I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. It was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear. There was no one around to help me. The wild beast raced right by me toward the foyer.
Toward the foyer?
Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too.
Sounds like we better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her.
Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught the Tenmataro flying through the air.
I wonder if this is the same Tenmataro Jinxie said she saw. Don't be ridiculous.
Tenmataro is the killer. And he can fly too.
Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the amazing Ninetales' true identity.
Huh? They say no one's ever seen him without his mask.
Doesn't that make you want to know even more?
Uh-huh. That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular.
Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked? No! What? What the fuck, Apollo?
You even think like a demon. The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why the masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers.
That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's gotta be a story behind it.
No one can stop the amazing Ninetales.
Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the Alderman. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out?
Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound.
Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff?
Good question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll.
How about in other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff?
This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed.
And what's the deal with Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Sole document showing what Tenmataro looks like. It seems those who foolishly choose to depict the demon are cursed. Jinxie's eyewitness account of the demon in the hallway near the crime scene. She says it fled toward the foyer. Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier?
Actually, Mr. LeBel told me not to tell.
Mr. LeBel?
A Papa's aide.
Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you?
Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime.
Village superstitions?
They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul.
And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me.
Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I did it because I'm not from around here.
Hey, come to think of it. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces?
Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. You'll steal your soul if you're not careful.
Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? I had the special event thing said almost the exact same thing.
Apollo, do you think this LeBel guy actually believes in Tenmataro?
I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale.
Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking?
Good question. I think we better go have a word with him. It's time to unmask this monster from mystery.
The last time I saw Mr. LeBel, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno, next stop the manor foyer. With any luck, he'll still be there waiting for us.
How does this name work? I keep staring at LeBel's name, and it's like, as someone who knows at least basic French grammar, it's killing me looking at that name. Bell starts with a B. Doesn't start with a vowel. So why the hell is the L conjugated into just the L apostrophe?
There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LeBel.
Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the still of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide. Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Howlin' Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Looks like someone had circled a pro wrestling match.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? It's... Oh, Mr. Filch. What can we do for you?
I bet she was gonna scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch.
There ain't nothing I need you to do for me, but what business do you got with my TV listings?
Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask you if you watched this pro wrestling program today?
Yep. It was a match between a couple of rank amateurs, though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could do better than that.
I seriously doubt it. You know who would be good though? Athena. I mean, she clearly has the moves. Almost forgot. Something I want to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenma Taro or something like that?
Huh? Taro.
So you did see him?
How clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Reyes. Bet you shine it up every day real pretty like. The ladies must love it.
Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Tenma Taro flee toward the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here.
Yikes.
Wow, really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? Oh, finally this guy makes his appearance. The Joker is here.
Yeah, it's quite enough. I must ask you not pester my friend anymore. Yes, forgive me for being pestered, sir.
And you are?
I am Florent Lebel. Hope to find a personal aid to the Mayor Damien Tenma.
Oh, divine. And more like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters.
Oh, excuse you.
What the heck was that for?
It was just a little cologne. What a look of stinky sweat about you. It is from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis Lebel. Oh, what a heavenly sun.
I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors.
I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that is brand number 5. Bonjour. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy.
Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? Enough about the clone. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I don't like the way he's fondling that flower. It's really weird. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenma Taro.
Why, that little. So, she told you she saw the demon, did she?
Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions?
Oh, please. I was merely trying to keep with traditions. And nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenma Taro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He is one scary monster.
That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real?
Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster.
Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see Tenma Taro.
Ah! Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, friend Aeneas? That's right. I didn't see nothing, especially not Tenma Taro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you.
I got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime?
In other words, you would like to hear my alibi. Think that you would suspect me, of all people.
Oh no, it's just a formality.
How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight.
Like that spritz really helped.
What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Filthy. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, We were, in this here foyer. Exactly. A good answer, Filthy. Good answer. Just to be with you, you've said quite enough.
What is with these two? Great, now he's got me talking like that.
Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know.
Right, well, thanks for your help. So, these two were in the foyer but didn't see Tenmataro.
Come along, little Filthy. Where are we going? Oh, right. Gotta practice them statements for Yay! My eyes! You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday.
What does he mean, practice statements?
Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup.
Apollo, I know it sounds strange, but Mr. Bell seems unusually preoccupied with Tenmataro. Really? How could you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. And my ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill. But what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenmataro? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thoughts of Tenmataro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway. Everywhere we turn, it's Tenmataro this, Tenmataro that. We should go talk to the mayor too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenmataro. Oh, we don't even have to go there, it's just taking us there. I feel like this game so far has been much more on rails than any of the previous games. It's kind of weird. Something wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst. Oh, he's here! So I feel like we're slowly getting the... We have like the whole, you know, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. So we had the see no evil with Apollo and his ability to see people's lies. We have hear no evil. I guess that's Athena now. And then speak is probably just Phoenix's ability to like understand and deconstruct testimonies and find their lies. Maybe, or maybe that's going to be the next lawyer that we end up adding to our crew. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenmataro.
Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you too.
I didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name.
Hello. He's just as kind and gentle looking as I imagined.
Lucky for you after that blunder you just made. There's something I want to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you want to or did set Tenmataro free.
What utter nonsense! Yes! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a side of truth, I tell you.
A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he?
Well, he really needs to work on his people skills. So rumor has it you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Sorry if I offended you.
So, that's the talk of and down, is it?
I can see how that would make you angry.
What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once. Our tormentors must be taught a lesson.
No, wait. First, we have to get you a not guilty verdict.
Don't try to stop me. This is about the father's duty to his darling daughter. All right, see, Jinxie. Daddy's coming to save you. Relax, we'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free. Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out myself. Oh boy. I'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Oh, right. I ought to ask about the reason behind the merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Oh? Are we going to be able to detect their little ticks outside of the court this time? Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played with a bit of a hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet's reacting. Yeah, we didn't do that in the last game, but it only ever worked in court. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense, because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me? Just like that? Oh, okay, yeah, so Mr. I don't believe in monsters and shit is like, yeah, it's fine. You know, I just have a magic ability to see when people tense up, and this bracelet's able to react to it because of my magic power. Sure, each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah, the can has her gift too. Special sense of hearing. Still, what do you think the mayor is lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet reacted like this. Well, let's see if I still remember how to do this. First, I touch my bracelet. Right. Now let's give it a whirl. Did we really need the throbbing eyeball this time? I mean, it was kind of weird enough before, but I don't know if we need the whole throbbing eye thing too. Yeah, I remember how this feeling with tense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, slightest frown that no one else can see. Now Mayor Tenma is lying somewhere in that statement he just made. When he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Well, it feels more sensitive, though. Alright, I've got him now. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I gotta pore over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. I'm guessing he doesn't want it for tourism. Did I miss it? Oh, I got it. Okay, good. Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if it did? Please, tell us more about your merger bid. What is there to tell? Why are you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so you felt it would be an attractive prize for its tourism, but that would contradict this.
Take that!
That sounded different too. It's like they recast everyone for this game. Monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. And the village was practically a ghost town before then. So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? ready to tell me the truth now?
Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the murder in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie.
Protect her from what?
I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger or my Jinxie dies.
What?
How awful! Who would do such a thing? I don't know, but whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder.
Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same?
Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs had all the motive in the world.
But why go from blackmail to murder? Merger protests wouldn't disappear just because the alderman was killed.
Could it be?
What if there was another reason for the murder?
Like what?
Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity, and his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's merger scheme.
What does secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo?
I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Is that the mask? I'm guessing it's the mask, because that's when we started, like, talking about how they were one and the same. Mayor Temma, please take a look at this, if you would.
That's the amazing Nine-Tails mask. What is the meaning of this?
This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside.
White hair, you say?
There was but one person with white hair in the mayor entered that day.
What are you saying?
You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Nine-Tails himself.
No way!
Alderman was impossible.
Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the Alderman's secret identity.
Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Nine-Tails was a threat to the blackmailer scheme. He opposed the merger and as a result single-handedly sparked the monster craze.
Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene?
There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift.
This is absurd.
Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you?
Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I had been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it suddenly vanished.
The blackmailer must have taken with him after the killed alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Temma, visiting hours are over.
It would appear this meeting is adjourned.
Apollo, do you really think the Tenma that Jinxie saw is the killer?
I don't know. All I know is there's no such thing as monsters.
What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposefully freed Tenma to do their dirty work?
Oh, come on. There wasn't any Tenma to release in the first place.
Yeah, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai.
We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face. It's okay, I'm sure the judge is already used to it. It didn't take him very long to believe the idea that ghosts and possession actually exist. I guess Phoenix never told him about that one.
Apollo, are you alright?
I'm fine. I'll think of something. I'd better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. I feel like you probably could, and they wouldn't care. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow's gonna be one doozy of a trial. Can't wait to meet this prosecutor. I'm sure he would know a thing or two about murdering people. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here.
I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all.
Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena!
Did you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices?
I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters.
By scaring the daylights out of me?
No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine," in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout, and a must be for every trial.
You want me to shout? Here?
That's right, here. I'll go first, then you try.
Why would he know about murder? Because the prosecutor is a convicted murderer. He was in jail for killing a guy. Or so we've been told. You telling me the detective lied? To my face? No way. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine.
Alright, I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. I think that actually worked.
Thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time.
See, proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it.
Did we meet that friend? I don't think we met any of Apollo's friends. Well, except the noodle guy, but I don't know if that really... No, the noodle guy was like Trucy's friend. I don't think we've met any of Apollo's friends. Yeah, everyone's here like, oh, we want to learn more about Athena in chat, and I'm like, we barely know anything about Apollo. Except, like, his apparent sister and mother, who he hasn't seen, if ever. I want to learn more about Apollo. Let's like pull it back a bit here, you know? We haven't rushing ahead here to the new character. We barely know anything about the character who's been with us for a game and a half now.
A race around the courthouse.
Points to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Ah, Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this, I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? It's huge news. But why now? Oh, he didn't have it yet. That's why he can't be assigned to the case. I didn't realize he didn't get it back yet. I just assumed he had it by this point. I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. So used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. If only they made a 3D model for that one specific scene. Actually, I wonder if that's a costume you can put on. I don't know if I want to check out the costumes menu yet in case there's like spoilers in there for something. But I'm curious what kind of costumes you can equip. Are you familiar with like the costume stuff in this game? In this remake of it? Is it safe to click on that button? Or is there going to be a bunch of like weird shit I probably shouldn't look at yet? You have no idea? Okay. Well, maybe I'll take the plunge before we end stream today and just see. And if there's something terrible in there, well, so be it. I'm curious what's in there. Suit makes him look like $1 million. And by the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the powers of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. I wonder if that's how he got the position. He just convinced everyone that he was fit for the job. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Literally or figuratively? I knew it was going to be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least, I hope for your sake. I remember one outfit makes Nick look like El Tigre. El Tigre. That's from a previous game, isn't it? That sounds familiar. I think that's from a previous game. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Wow, okay, thanks, Phoenix. Thanks for, calming us down and reassuring our fears. The imposter Nick from Game 3. Oh, yeah, I remember him. I do remember that. Oh, that'd be a cool costume. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Ugh, better tone down my cords of steel, too. So, are you all ready? Might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks.
Okay, let's do this.
Odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new.
Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tema. Here comes justice.
I vaguely remember El Tigre from Game 3, which that was like one of the first cases in that game, right? So I'm guessing the next case will hopefully involve Phoenix, right? Since now we've had one case as technically Athena, and now we're getting a full case as Apollo. Maybe the next one will be Phoenix? Or we're saving that for the DLC.
Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. I know that big booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution.
Late as always, I see.
It appears the prosecution is not ready yet.
Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak.
Prison? Oh yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time.
How does that even work?
It makes no sense.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwill's an inmate.
And we're just letting him operate this trial. Okay.
But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Yeah, but not prosecuting's not usually one of them. Seems like a terrible idea. Technically, DLC is chronologically next. Okay. So that's the next one we should be playing then. We should play DLC next after this one. Well, wait, didn't he have his badge on his model in the first case? I swear he was... Yeah, he showed up briefly, and I'm pretty sure he had the badge on. Who's that with his back to us over there? Well, it's totally not the prosecutor. I mean, why would the prosecutor be standing behind the prosecutor's bench, right?
That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackquill. Is the prosecution ready?
Why is he chewing on a feather? Oh, it's a quill. Alright, I get it. You like chewing on quills. Weird, but alright.
Enough jabbering. Get on with it already.
Of course. Forgive me.
Why are all the people related to this case so scary?
Very well, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter?
Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless.
Pointless? Oh, well...
Looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, is the judge's tongue.
But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand.
Well then, your baldness, if it's so very important, why don't you do the honors?
Ooh, me? It's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things, and then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool.
Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement?
Old daughters such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren?
All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. It might be a nice change of pace.
What? You actually fell for that?
It must have been the power suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cuby, alderman of Nine Tails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder.
And why, pray tell, was the murderer arrested?
His prints were on the murder weapon, and plus he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive.
Makes it all the more suspicious.
So, in a nutshell,
I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible.
bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Explain Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it's like 4-1, 4-5 was the other bits, okay. But you were saying that, like, it's at the very least I should probably play the DLC after this one then. Is probably the best way to go? Or should I play 3 first, and then do the DLC? Because I think I'll just play all the numbered ones in order, but if the DLC is, like, better played in between just because of, like, the whiplash between, you know, getting the end of the game and then just going back and doing an intermission type thing, probably, to me at least, makes more sense to at least slip that in somewhere.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here.
I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that.
It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated.
Wait, who's protecting who from what?
Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here.
Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement.
That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you.
Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Either or, but you definitely played DLC before Case 4. Oh, okay, okay. Well, maybe we'll do it next then. Do you play as Phoenix Wright in that case? Because I feel like if you play as Phoenix Wright, that'd be a good one to do next then, since now we've played as every other character, technically speaking. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Alright, then we'll do DLC next then if we play as Phoenix. I think that'll be a fitting progression.
Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright.
You got it. But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail.
I wonder how that works in this game, though, if we play the DLC next, if I'm gonna have to, like, manually jump back around afterwards. Because, like, this game just continues on to the next, like, case after each one, but I'm assuming it's probably gonna treat the DLC as an extra thing later.
Alderman Cuby was murdered with the spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested.
May Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed the statue and struck back.
Automatic QB has been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug?
That's right. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it.
Cause of death, stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death around 3:20. That number sounds familiar. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. Yeah, we can play any cases. I could go and play case number 6 right now. I'm just was curious how the game handles would handle the automatic progression, because if we finish case number 2 and then save the game, it would automatically create a save for case number 3, is what I'm guessing. The games probably would treat it as a 6th and final case. So if we were to play case number 5, complete it, reach the credits, and then it would probably generate a save for DLC, is what I'm assuming. So I'll probably just make a separate save or something.
And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear?
Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink.
Was that former wrestler possibly had a very, I don't know, cat-like name? Maybe of a foreign language, perhaps? I don't know, it still sounds a little far-fetched.
Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade.
Whoa, why do you have a knife with you? A sword, something. They should have taken that off you. I know that Franziska gets away with the whip, but she's a kid. They're not going to touch her. I didn't sign up for this. You're a convicted criminal. You don't get a sword.
And so your life is spared. For now.
Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die.
My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright.
Your name Fulbright is kind of missing a couple letters here and there, so I don't know if I trust you. I was just doing DLC for the end. It's very jarring. Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. I've definitely played other games that had DLC like that, where it's like extra story that takes place early on, but you don't get to access it until after the game. So I can totally see how it could be awkward to go back and do it, but no, we'll totally do it next. I think that's a fun progression. Then we can at least play each character one time.
I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest.
Alright, well, you heard it here first. This is the one and only time we're going to see Fulbright. We're going to gain a new detective next case.
The accused's prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence. Wouldn't you agree, your baldness?
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. Guess a judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. I mean, that happens all the time, though. I don't think that's this guy's powers.
What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenma Taro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman.
That mayor's a strange one, all right. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal.
Order! There would be no gossiping in my court. Your baldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium.
I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again... perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment.
Rumors that Quirk's a mere Tenma have no relevance to his case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement. I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud.
Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here.
Thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. Our suggestion is the one of more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives.
That really is bad news.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker?
None other than this statue right here.
It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox and on the other Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art.
Now remember what happened last time we used like art as an excuse for motive. It didn't go too well.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Well, despite this guy being locked up for murder, he seems sociable at least. Not too scary. We've definitely had worse in the courtroom. I mean, somehow he seems more tame than Franziska. So, those weapons on the wall of the Fox Chamber. I presume those are real? Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous?
No matter what he collected, the other men insisted it be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demons club in his possession. Apparently, one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle.
What? That's gotta be an old wives' tale.
The other man had pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death.
Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon.
Your wish is my command.
Maybe this is blasphemy to say, but I'm almost liking this Blackwell guy a little more than Gavin. Just a little bit. We haven't obviously seen a whole lot of him yet. But I have a feeling I think I might like him more. He's probably a little higher on the tier list in terms of prosecutors we've had so far. Doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prince could easily be wiped off.
You do have a point there.
I'd venture to say he did not wipe the prince off because he could not.
What do you mean?
Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Well, don't just stand there, show him who's boss.
Wait till you see his gimmick, it's not the chains? Oh shit. Does he go like Super Saiyan or something? I'm totally lost, so why don't you just tell me the answer already? We haven't even seen him point yet, to be fair, so you're probably right.
I don't think he saw that plea for help.
You feeling alright, kid? Running a fever, perhaps?
Irish Trials came with a reset button. Yeah, if only they did, right?
Well, specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright.
Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was the sedative in his coffee? I don't think I ever clicked on those. Probably couldn't.
Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup.
And that is why he was out cold. That is until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mayor.
What an awful way to wake up.
A rather stimulating eye-opener if you ask me. I too would have risen to the attack, for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge.
Prosecutor Blackwell, if you please. Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court.
There's the jester in detective's guise.
Moving right along.
So the alderman was drugged because he was really strong.
Did you see those rock-on muscles of his? I'm surprised the spirit even managed to pierce that armor-like musculature. I admit, I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his.
Well, you look pretty buff, even in that with that suit he had on.
Quite a difference when compared to a yellow belly like you.
Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore? Yeah, and the color's all wrong too. Oh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato? That's not a bird. I move to strike both of your comments from the record.
Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular alderman was impaled.
Yes, well, the average person would likely have died on the spot.
Apparently somehow being a wrestler makes you immune to stab wounds. Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear?
Absolutely. After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged, then speared was answered with a righteous counterattack.
But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman?
Absolutely. After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. You know, real life full of possession and ghosts and magic bracelets.
Setting aside the half-wit's flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering.
So he found the strength to somehow attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. Alright, so what we have here, fingerprints of the defendant Damien Temo are found on the murder weapon. Time Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Temo attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. Alright, what do we have for evidence? I'm going to take a better look at this photograph. Well, he was impaled. Pretty clearly. I thought it was Tenma that got drugged. Wasn't it? Well, apparently both of them got drugged, so... Alright. Or maybe he was just knocked out cold. I can't remember his detail. I guess he was just knocked out. Sudden pain jolted the victim awake and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Fingerprints of the defendant Damien Temo were found on the murder weapon. What? No, they weren't. Go back.
Objection!
What? How is that wrong? How is that wrong? Enough with the bird puns. Tell me how that's wrong. The prints are found in the murder weapon. We said this was the murder. Well, okay, that wasn't. Okay. I guess that wasn't the murder weapon. I guess the spear was the murder weapon. I guess I was wrong. I'm getting confused here by the order of events, clearly. It's not the murder weapon. That's a very strange sound. I don't like that sound. Never mind. Don't mind me. I'm stupid. Okay. What do we have here for evidence? I need to like look over this whole thing again. So this was just used to bludgeon the mayor, right? The mayor, not the alderman. That's why we're using two different names here, so no one gets confused. And yet I still got confused. Mayor's blood was found out, but no prints could be lifted. Fingerprints of the defendant, Damon 10, were found on the murder weapon. Well, okay. One community was murdered with the spear to been on the wall. Stabbed with a spear, estimated time of death around 3:20 p.m. Okay, I'm trying to think of what we're getting at here. Fingerprints of the defendant, Damon and Mo, were found on a murder weapon. Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. So, QB gets drugged, falls asleep, someone comes and kills him, and then the mayor wakes up and attacks his victim with the... Yeah, so then the mayor wakes up, or the alderman wakes up and attacks the mayor with his victim. Sudden pain jolted the victim away and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Weapon used to bludgeon the mayor. The mayor's blood was found out, but no prints could be lifted. We have no proof that this was used, beyond the fact that the blood was on it. Is this what we're presenting on? Because, like, we can't prove that he did it? I feel like this has to be what we present, because, like, nothing else here feels relevant yet. Except the autopsy report, I guess. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. So he wouldn't have woken up then. Wait, hang on. Is that what we're getting at here? Is that what that's implying? Some page jolted. Yeah. Sounds like he couldn't have woken up.
Objection!
No? Okay. I thought maybe the wording was like what I needed to look out for here. Like the autopsy report was implying that he the report was implying that he was asleep when he died and he never woke up, but I don't know, I guess you can't really prove that with an autopsy report maybe. Wow. The judge was like, maybe not even sure if he was going to give me this penalty. You know, the judge might have been on my side for once, and Damon's like, nah, he deserves a penalty, you should give him one. Fine, I'll take one. Okay, if it's not the autopsy, then maybe it's the statue on that last bit. That last bit feels wrong. Some pain jolted the victim away and he grabbed the statue and struck back. Wait, there's a hint button now? I'm not pressing the hint button. I refuse to press the hint button. I'm not pressing it. Okay, so we tried that. Maybe it's this then. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor. The mayor's blood was found out, but no prints could be lifted. So, like, how do we know that he grabbed a statue and struck back?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. I should have just gone with it. I second-guessed myself. I knew this had to be right. Elder didn't really strike the mayor?
What? Are you questioning my sense of justice?
Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him. But the statue you supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory.
It would appear that the defense is a counter-argument. Very well. Let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective's statue theory.
We can't prove shit. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves.
Yes, I do believe he is quite gloveless indeed.
If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you?
Oh, this can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man?
Yeah, so go stop working at the police, quit your job, as you promised, let someone else do it. Where's Gumshoe? He was way better at this stuff.
You did it, Apollo. You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse.
Well, it's just 1 point in our favor.
What do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman?
Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor.
You mean there was a third party in the Fox Chamber?
Yeah, but that doesn't explain how the blood got onto the statue then. Did it just drip there because he was sitting on the chair? And he got bludgeoned? Exactly. This could be the big break we've been looking for.
There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackquill, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion?
Least you could do is look at me while being dismissive.
Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono.
Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks.
It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackquill. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship.
This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackquill.
There's a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, just so happens that the blood was the mayor's.
So, what are you getting at?
Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion.
Now let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used... well, that means it's used to wipe up blood. I mean, that's why it has blood on it. Well, okay. It was probably... what they're getting at here is clearly it was used to wipe off the prints from the statue. But was it intentionally used for the prints or intentionally used for the blood that was on the statue? I mean, clearly it didn't do a very good job wiping blood off the statue because there's still some on it. But there's still a ton of it on the cloth itself. Maybe it's used to wrap the statue. That would explain why there's no prints, but why there's also a lot of blood in a very specific spot. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor.
Precisely. Bully for you, boy.
Oh, it was nothing.
Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution.
I did? I did.
Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back.
Oops. Ugh. Wow. Nice going, idiot.
Now do you see how dull your mind is?
I'll make sure to sharpen it next time.
A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work. Like the samurai of yore.
Is this guy just like a walking callback to every single perpetrator? Because I'm pretty sure that's that's a count of 2 references now.
Samurai?
Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me.
Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time.
Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? Okay, maybe it's not the guy I was thinking of. Because I think that guy was like held in solitary confinement. He wouldn't have been able to leave. But he did have his knives. Or wait. No, wasn't it, couldn't that be referring to, what's his face? Didn't the chef get arrested for murder? Isn't that who we threw away in that one? The, or was that the one, oh no, that was the one with El Tigre, was the cafe case. It was him, was it him that got thrown away? I can't remember who got thrown away. I can't remember if it was, fake Phoenix or if it was the chef. It might have been the chef, because that might be what that's referenced to. Clearly it's referenced to something. I can't quite remember which one that is.
It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all.
I was kind of attached to that hole. Now what?
Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, Who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit that mayor with it?
Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not have left Prince.
Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer.
Yeah, no shit. That's not the answer he was looking for.
Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you?
Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right.
Athena, are you sure about this?
To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue. Is the feds actually suggesting some sort of monster killed an alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
No, Athena. You just lost what little credibility we had left.
Sorry. Guess I got carried away.
Jumping the gun here. You gotta do these things in order, okay? That's lesson number 1 of being a lawyer. Don't jump the gun. We'll get to that, okay? We'll blame the monster crow man later.
Mr. Justice, we have no time to deal with objections between members of the defense.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid.
Ouch. You meanie. I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it?
No, Your Honor. I believe they are from fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman.
Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that?
Why indeed?
Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is.
Ouch. This I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright.
Oi, fool, Wright. Explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know the who and why behind those feathers and tracks?
Oh, they know, do they? What? You mean you can explain all that?
Our investigative prowess is without equal.
I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession.
Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks.
This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal murder. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetails helped embolden the protesters, so he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears?
Absolutely. He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds.
Those feathers only gave way to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. A cursed demon Tenma Taro, that is.
Tenma who?
Tenma Taro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon, and thus were they blinded to other more plausible explanations.
Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect?
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenma Taro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Unless you're going to tell me that actually was Tenma Taro?
Dollard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games.
What?
Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believed the murder to be the work of the real Tenma Taro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenma Taro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect the blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right, it was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers, and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetales Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap.
Okay, surely that's not a previous perpetrator, because there's no way we would have thrown away someone who was framed. Right? Definitely. Totally not. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey?
Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
Alright, I think I have an idea of what we might be presenting on here, but we'll make sure. Take the Fulbright. Is the anti-merger movement really that strong?
Oh, absolutely. They parade around in yokai costumes shouting "Down with Mayor Tenma." And just the other day they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers.
When the accused show his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenma Taro, the dark lord of their kind.
Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenma Taro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy.
Detective Fulbright, why don't you suppose the defendant would commit such an act?
What if Mayor Tenma was the one in the Tenma costume? Maybe that's a little on the nose, but yeah, just theorizing here. Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right?
That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defending one Tenma town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was champion.
Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies. He cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling.
He was amazing. If ever there was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday.
Bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. You could even team up with Prosecutor Rockquill. A police detective and a prisoner in chains? You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would.
So you do understand the greatness as the amazing Ninetales.
Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears?
Absolutely, and an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenma Taro had them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad?
That superstitious lot. It's as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus.
I see. That's a very persuasive argument.
Mere thought of his honor buying into this I'm into Psycho Slasher's words. That makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now.
So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers in tax.
It would be an easy way to cover up the murder, that's for sure. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hard to believe that stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. Have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. Then we're gonna need to prove that Mayor Tenma did plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that? I think I have an idea how we could do that. Maybe. Let's press the final one here. I didn't do that yet. But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with a murder?
What do you mean?
You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the village's fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB?
Excellent point.
It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killer was on the spur of the moment.
What, we're going off the argument of because he felt like it? Look, I get you're a murderer and all, so you kind of know what murderers think. I don't think because he felt like it is necessarily a valid argument unless you can prove that he's a serial killer. You're saying it wasn't premeditated.
From the outside, I had no intention of paying a heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is the mayor made a startling discovery.
Did Ace Attorney have any supernatural elements in it, or is it just a Scooby-Doo plot? I mean, do you consider possession by a ghost supernatural? Because that is a proven fact. Also, both, like, Apollo here and has his bracelet, and Phoenix has his Magatama. Those clearly have supernatural powers. So, magic exists. But to what extent? Well, that's currently in question here. I don't know if we're going as far as, like, yokai and monsters existing. That's the real question here. My guess is no. I don't think we're here to prove that today. But I think this is a Scooby-Doo plot because, I mean, we're dealing with wrestlers and masks here. And there was like a literal wrestling event that we had to watch earlier in this case.
Alderman QB's secret identity.
Apollo, I think Prosecutor Blackwell's figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder?
This is not good.
This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetails. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene.
Oh my, but why would it have been there?
The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement.
That demonic possession was just a mental illness? Oh no. No. It was pretty, like, you know, back and forth. Is it actually real? Is it not? Up until game 3, but yeah, as of game 3-4, whichever one that was, no, it's 100% real. I mean, even if it wasn't for that case, if that's not enough proof for you, just look at every time that Mia channeled Maya. You're telling me that sort of physical transformation is a mental illness?
Need I say more?
Well,
could it really be? Also, with 3-5 or 4, we spent like half the case proving to the court that possession was indeed 100% real. Actually using, no, it wasn't, we didn't use Mia because Mia wasn't there at the time. We used Pearls and have her demonstrate the powers in court to the judge. And then we used that as evidence in the case. And that's how we won the case.
Your boldness has an epiphany, I see. Victim Rex QB was the amazing Ninetails. And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder.
I love how, like, perfectly they recreated Apollo's beak nose pose from 2D into 3D. Very well done.
Order! What a shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo?
I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder.
At last we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your boldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona.
You know what I'd really like to see for a prosecutor? Like someone who is like literally Phoenix Wright. Like use all of the off-the-wall crazy theories and like came up with like the dumbest, most bullshit ideas and timeline of events, just like Phoenix does, but uses them for the prosecution. Like, could Phoenix defeat himself? I want to see that matchup. Because I feel like we haven't quite got a prosecutor who thinks like that. Most prosecutors think at least a little bit logically, and they base everything off the evidence. This guy almost seems like he's getting close. Like he's coming up with the ideas that we were going to use before we used them so far. So I'm liking where this is going.
Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this.
Oh, blackmail letter. If you value your dearest's life, you will merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. Well, we just told the court, so I guess they're dead.
This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket.
Wait, it was found in the victim's pocket? But that letter was addressed to the mayor. What?
At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. And that letter is clear evidence that the mayor was blackmailing her by threatening her life.
Ah, and that's where they fail.
Wait, didn't the blackmailer letter get sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the alderman's murder?
You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder? And planted it in the alderman's pocket?
It's possible, but we don't have any proof of that's what happened.
Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. So what, are they like, was he trying to frame the mayor as the one who sent the letter then? As motive for murder? Maybe? I mean, we know that this letter was actually addressed to the mayor and not the alderman, so... But if that's where it ended up, that would make sense. Do we know anyone who's really good at pickpocketing and planting things on people without them noticing? I don't know.
Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetails. So it was the amazing Ninetails' counterattack that brought the entire crime to light.
Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence. And the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Oh right, that whole thing was a press. It was a very important press though, mind you. So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after?
Absolutely. And then he was knocked out cold by the alderman's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that.
Something's not right here. Hard to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt.
We have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor.
Then we're gonna need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff.
How are we supposed to do that?
Alright, where's that fifth one? Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. So we have to prove that the feathers and tracks came there first? Do we have a way to do that? Okay, I got it. Not supernatural, just paranormal. Yeah, I mean, we don't know if supernatural exists. We haven't... I feel like the next game is going to be a little more into that side of things, considering the name, and I know vaguely that it's like, it takes place in a different country, from what I understand. And I'm pretty sure Maya is back for that one, so... Oh, that's good. Because I don't think Maya's in this game, unfortunately. So I'm excited for that. That'll be a fun one. I don't know, like, okay, this is the new statement, so I mean, the game would, classic Phoenix Wright would dictate that this is what we need to present on, but I'm just not sure what we present here. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. How do we prove it was... that didn't happen in that order? Because they were on top of the blood. That's why.
Objection!
And also because the tracks were made of blood, too. Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair.
What's this? You dare question my justice again?
Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo.
Is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove?
It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted.
But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim.
I almost feel like in an older game, I almost feel like it wouldn't have made... Oh, where is it? On top of the blood. I feel like this last statement here wouldn't be in the description if this was a DS game. That would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. What does it want me to click on? I mean, obviously we're pointing out the fact that the feathers are on top of the blood, but should I click on maybe the tracks? I guess I'll just go here.
Aren't you just pointing to the track, yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice?
Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks are made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could only be resulted after the murder.
Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe not the mayor. Let's hold off on that part. But yeah. But you said it yourself. The mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene.
There must be some mistake.
Yeah, yours.
Order! Order! Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you?
Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you.
You do? But how? Was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked?
He's taking this really hard.
Is this like his first day on the job as detective?
Mr. Justice, what was this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have?
I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. See, this is how you do it, Athena. Now you blame the supernatural phenomena. Will somebody please say something?
The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means.
You dare mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, boy.
Your boldness, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion.
Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please, hear me out.
Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about?
It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. After she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. And she saw Tenma Taro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise.
What?
How incredibly unjust. Why haven't I heard about this before?
So, are we to now just presume that the what we saw in the intro of this case is just completely and utterly incorrect and was a complete fabrication and lie to throw us off? Because I can appreciate that.
Huh. Momentum has shifted in our favor.
Good. Now let's keep it that way. So they put these feathers in a lab and did like a DNA analysis and concluded it was not from any known species of bird. Well, I mean, they'd probably find that it's DNA from a crow. Because if this is like a crow yokai, which is pretty much what it is, they'd likely be a match. I don't know how that would work. Like, what happens when you do a DNA test on a monster? Especially a humanoid monster that is like still like 80% human. But no, they didn't even think to probably test them. This is the Phoenix Wright police we're talking about here. They don't think of anything. We have to do all the thinking for them. We do better police work than the actual police do.
Objection!
Little did you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken.
My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying that there's a problem with my claim?
Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool in this fop would have seen him.
Fool and Fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. How did you mention it?
Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination?
Why didn't those two see the Temataro impersonator pass by? Maybe he's too fast. I mean, if he was a yokai, it could go at like super speed. Why didn't we ask him ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. Defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackquill. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby.
I knew that Tanuki was a rare find, but when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will.
Wait, why'd you bring him to court? If you didn't think he was going to be a witness? Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know. Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and ask him to order him to the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please?
And the name's Phineas Filch. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. It's a little something I thought you might like.
Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Those aren't even your shoes. Those are someone else's shoes. I think those are... weren't those Fulbright shoes? I mean, is he related to... Well, yeah, he's related to the case anyway, but like, if the prosecution wasn't expecting to call him to the stand as a witness, why was he in the lobby awaiting to be called to the stand as a witness? Why did the prosecution bring him to court then? What were they hoping to do with him? What was their plan? Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Phil stole them again.
Oh, yours, your ownership, sir.
What? But they seem awfully expensive.
Yep, too expensive for me. But I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your ownership.
It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts.
Aw, ethics mexics. Just take them if you want them. Polished up, they'd be real nice for you, too.
I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the murder. Alright, now's the time to put that testimony you practiced so hard there, Mr. Filch.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get into a guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No, sirree.
His boss is the victim or something. Well, yeah, but, like, you could still just be... Why isn't he in the gallery, then? Why isn't he watching the trial from where everyone else is? Like when we had the clown case, however many games ago that was, half the circus was sitting up in the stands. They were watching the trial. Yeah, they were all related, but they were still there watching. But this guy's out in the lobby waiting to come into court, but they didn't expect to call him? I don't know. Weird. About to say, bribing a judge, that's a crime, and doing it in court. I see you're not familiar with the ways of the witnesses of this series. The judge is very, very manipulatable. He's very impressionable. Or at least this judge is. That Canadian judge? Not so much. He's no frills. All business, no frills.
The yokai you keep jabbering on about was about a phantom of a little girl's dreams.
So you're telling me this court never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro?
Yup, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth. The holy truth and none but the truth. And Tenmataro? Bah, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo-jumbo, do ya? I certainly don't. A bracelet. It's...
Something the matter, Apollo?
The bracelet keeps squeezing my arm.
Really? So, you think Mr. Filch has been lying to us? Actually, I'm not sure if the big thing about Simon is in this part. It is in, like, the next part? Because I don't think we're going to be doing day 2 today. I'm assuming there's a day 2. There's always a day 2. When's the last time we've had a day 3, though? I feel like it's been a very long time since we had a day 3. Like, it's all in the lore about how trials can go to 3 days. But I'm trying to remember the last time we had a day 3 in a case. Was that game 2 or 3? This court is illegitimate. What are you talking about? It's a very legitimate court. You know how many people we've put away behind bars that deserved it? At least, like, a dozen. More even. Maybe even 2 dozen. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell. Some sort of nervous habit. What the fuck is this? Oh, you can't just do that? What in the... What's a hawk doing in here? Is that where the feather came from?
Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact.
He doesn't live with you, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Yeah, why doesn't he live with him in jail? I thought they were all about having, like, pet animals in jail over there. Or did that stop once we arrested the warden?
Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. That queer pal of yours seems to have offended my dear Bossum Buzzard.
This isn't some trick or...
Ah! I won't be able to spot squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? One for the hills.
No pets or animals allowed in the courtroom.
Ugh, somebody help! Oh, he's really having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. I mean, you can put any number of people away as long as you grease the judge's palms. It's okay, the judge is too stupid to have his palms greased. He'll think you're carrying butter or something. And then ask you where it is so he can eat it. Okay, this is actually the first time we've seen an animal in court, though, right? Yeah, no, we haven't seen animal. Okay, aside, we're not counting like the fucking doves that flew around that one girl, or okay, the monkey. No, sorry, we had the monkey with the parrot. All right, fine. We had the parrot, but the parrot was a witness. That's fine. Did we have a monkey though? I don't remember a monkey. The monkey, I don't think he showed up for court. Parrot doesn't count though, because parrot was actually a witness. We called him to the stand as a witness. That's different. This is an animal. This animal's not here as a witness. This animal's just here as an animal. So I think it's the first time we've had it. Yeah, the parrot doesn't count. I don't count the parrot. The monkey was more an accomplice. Was the monkey in the court, though? I can't remember if the monkey was actually in the courtroom. He might have been. I thought it was just the guy in the wheelchair, but maybe I'm wrong. There's someone dressed as Tenmataro there. Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I like that the hawk is just the judges now. That's great. Maybe the hawk should, or the judge should adopt the hawk. He was mentioning court dome with present. Yeah, I don't remember him being present. But I honestly don't remember for sure. But yeah, the parrot was obviously there, but... This hawk... Let me know when this hawk gets called as a witness to the stand. Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have you handle the guard duty?
'Cause he trusts me. I am the manor's caretaker after all.
So you took guard duty seriously?
Let me tell you something about me. Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and not else.
I mean, I count the parrot more as a piece of evidence than personal testimony. But he did testify. We had to cross-examine that parrot. There was testimony, there were statements. We had to press those statements. I don't know. I disagree with that. That parrot was a witness like any other witness. There have been less talkative human witnesses on the stand. So the parrot definitely counts as a witness. In fact, we had a pretty untalkative human witness just the other day in the previous case.
Yes, of course. Right away, sir.
Michael's gone completely under his thumb.
Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day.
So no one could get to him. Sounds like his security was pretty tight.
That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around the festival time.
And the solution was to entrust the manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny.
Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one.
I don't know. Seems more like letting the fox guard the henhouse to me. I mean, what, we have a prosecutor who's convicted for murder over here, trying to put someone behind bars for murder?
So the witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously?
Yes, sir. Your honorship, sir.
Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time?
Old Filthy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy smancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Parkour, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there.
Michael didn't even say anything.
To answer your question, yes. I kept an eye. No, both of them, in fact, on the foyer.
Could you describe the court? Who you would consider fishy looking?
Someone all fidgety and shifty like, you know? Like they're about to steal something.
It just described himself. I wonder if Mr. Filch didn't see wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Tenmataro? Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro. Or maybe Mr. Filch is lying. And if he is lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. Yo, I want to talk about crimes on the witness stand here in the court. How about, like, literally every single witness and how they're committing perjury, like, 10 times over. And have only ever been called out, like, what, maybe 5? Ever? For it? Alright, time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB said. Just making sure no one could get to our guests. I was still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. Now, we know that the murder happened at exactly 3:20 p.m., or around 3:20 p.m. That's technically after 3 p.m. Is that worthy of a contradiction, though, is the question. Nothing out of the ordinary. Keeping guard duty. I was on guard duty. Keeping good watch. Okay, you know what? No, I know exactly what we're actually presenting here. Hang on.
Objection!
We're not ready to deal with the autopsy report yet. Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch.
It ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that.
Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss.
I didn't watch that one. No, sorry. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to.
This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Not only that, you even told me you watched it. And you said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off?
You can't trick me with your woody-poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can double duty, watching TV and the foyer at the same time.
I don't think Filch can claim to be a professional of his professional thief.
Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off?
That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. That's nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Bald, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you mean the witness, Mr. Justice?
No, he said bald face. I don't think your face is bald. It's anything but bald. No one says bald-headed lie. That's weird.
In any case, let's see what your evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV at the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
I feel like this is jumping the gun, but maybe not? Jinxie statement. Is it because it says it's 3 o'clock? Or are we proving that he actually was watching TV and therefore must... Oh yeah, you know what? We do use this. I see how it is, I think. Because the TV's facing the opposite direction, so he couldn't have been. Ignore the camera here. Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. My goodness, just take getting fired instead of getting charged with obstruction of justice.
Who you calling obstruction of justice?
No, but see, I think the other guy that's in charge, or the other character, I don't know what fucking Joker's deal is with this whole case yet, but he was also trying to cover up something along with him, because he was like guiding him around and be like, no, you need to practice your statements. But I don't know if we're going to get to cross-examine Joker, French Joker, or not yet. And that might be next time. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I think it'd be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time.
Why, yes. Someone watching TV there can possibly see the entrance.
Exactly. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and we're not watching the foyer as you claim.
The bag's out of the cat. I mean, the other way around.
Look at the box he has to stand on. I don't think he can be the killer, simply because if he wouldn't have been able to wear the Tenma costume properly.
Order, order! But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case?
It's very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenma Taro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now?
Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered.
What are you talking about?
This.
I'm not a mind reader. That's someone else's ability. Phoenix doesn't have his badge back yet.
Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes, they were.
But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't?
My eyes may be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon.
So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by?
Yup, my ears were working full time. So, who's the liar now, you good, no-good shyster?
A lion thief can call me the shyster. This has to be the lowest point of my fledgling clear. This whole case has just been bird pun after bird pun, and now we have to deal with fucking walking bird pun over here. Black Quill, for the rest of this game, I imagine.
Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Warning, Mr. Filch, Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. Witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly.
Now let's see how those ears were working while he was watching, and I would imagine also listening to the wrestling match.
It's true. I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been sacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. Floors there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed something walking by. So you see, there wasn't no Temataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that our entire world would be bent upside down.
Says the convict prosecutor is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world.
And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo.
I'm sure the zoo would actually love that, if they were real.
Wonder what Jinxie was just seeing things.
That seems to be a general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns.
But if we can't prove she saw Temataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted.
Then we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. Hey, BBs can hurt too.
Events may cross-examine the witness.
You are paid for your work, aren't you? So, how do you justify watching TV on the job? I mean, I feel like that justifies it more. Clearly, Justice here hasn't worked enough in his life to hear the phrase, the boss makes a dollar and I make a dime. Hence why one shits on the company's time.
But it ain't easy being me. I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors and there's no way to record stuff.
Sorry, and I'm supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? Those are his only problems. He should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch. I mean, that's just a perk. Exactly. They gave him a TV. What was he supposed to do? Not watch it? You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you?
Oh, that ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Sorry, just let me keep my tongue.
At least leave it in until we get the truth out of him, in any case.
You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir. I was, sir. But it ain't like that.
I mean, if he was smart, you could just have the wrestling match in a separate window while watching his security. That's what I do. Probably, except I don't know if that really works this way. I mean, he's probably watching the wrestling on an actual TV channel and not on the internet. So it's a little hard, assuming that the security camera runs on a computer, it's probably a little hard to do both of those things at the same time. Also, this is a CRT we're talking about here, if the diagram of the foyer is anything to go by. I don't think we're connecting a modern computer to a CRT TV anytime soon. Seems more complicated than it's worth. You have to remember that despite this being in the future where like someone like Sykes over here can have a holographic floating necklace computer, Phoenix Wright still uses a Nokia 3310 as his cell phone. So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. Also, this world, I think, still uses VHS as its main source of video recording.
As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, the Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle.
Jingle jangle? How does he do that?
He's that staff of his. That's what the jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo?
Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise.
Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound.
I guess that's the source of the noise then.
Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information?
You can always get like one of those battery-powered portable TVs placed by. Oh, true. He could get that. I bet they still sell those in this world too. Despite it being the year 2020, what, 7? No, 30. Sorry, it's like 2029 or 2030 or something. Probably still sell those. Extremely vital. I request it be added to his testimony. Yeah, right, because the first game is 2016, 2019 for the third, plus 10 years. Yeah, so I think this game takes place in 2029. Well, actually, this case, I think, takes place in 28, because it's a year before the game. No, wait, I'm thinking of Apollo Justice. So this is actually 2030. And then the rest of this game takes place in 2031. Temataro's to pass by his staff would gone jingle jangle. I don't know why they decided to put this game series so far in the future. Like, the first game came out in 2001, they're like, yeah, in the future year of 2016. I don't know why they decided to do that. It's very weird. So Tenmataro's staff makes a distinctive sound.
Yup, like a jingle and a jangle. Wait, Jinxie said something like that. Something about Tenmataro making a jangly sound.
I think we're missing something here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. Perhaps I should take a look at the court record again. I mean, obviously the contradiction here is the fact that he says he didn't hear something, and yet Jinxie did hear something, so we'll have to try and put that to the test here. This is the future, explains why everything's scrapped. Exactly. It's just weird that it's like so far in the future. Like, I think that was kind of the idea of the original, was it was meant to be kind of a tongue-in-cheek statement on Japan's court system. But, I mean, was there really a need to put it 15 years in the future, but then still give everyone, like, Nokias and early flip phones, and everyone's still using VHS? I mean, even when the original game came out, I'm pretty sure people were already well onto DVDs and the like. The VHS is definitely an anachronism, even for the game's original development time. But nope, they're still using VHS tapes. I mean, maybe not in this game, we haven't seen anything yet, but Apollo Justice still had VHS tapes. And that game was like 2029. Please tell the court, what did Jinxie see if it was not Tenmataro?
She's always going on about seeing this yokai or that. Just an active imagination, I reckon. She won't even come near me because she thinks I'm some sort of tanuki monster.
Can't say I blame her. So, Mr. Filch, you chalk it up to a child's active imagination?
Yep. No Tenmataro or anything else got in or had a cubic manner on my watch.
Well, what could this mean?
Do you think Jinxie was just seeing things? Well, if that's the case, the details she provided were pretty impressive. But if we were to continue believing Jinxie's statement, we'll have to uncover Filch's lie? Right. Or find out why he can't tell the truth. Okay, watching pro wrestling match on the office TV. Eyes might have been slacking, but ears were working. Floor is all creaky. No way would have missed someone walking by. Temotaro was to pass by, staff would have jingled. There weren't no Temotaro in the foyer. Alright. Would he not have used the staff? After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at a bend in the hall as he made for the foyer. He was carrying a staff-like implant that jingled. She couldn't call for help because there was no one else in the hall. Okay, so he definitely jingled, according to her. Do we just call him out as for this contradiction right here and now? Or was this the one, if Temotaro was to pass by, staff would have gone jingle jangle. So is there a reason his staff, he didn't hear that? I can't think of any other reason. I wonder if we just present this. It says it fled toward the foyer. So, like, he says that there wasn't anything jingling, and then, but she says there was something jingling.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, I didn't think it was gonna be that easy. Because, I mean, that's kind of the whole crux of this, is that, yeah, the contradiction exists. We all know this. I had to make sure, though, I think. I feel like it wasn't... I've thought for a bit I was overthinking this whole thing. Technology does spread at different rates in different areas, so it's not unthinkable. I mean, fair enough. It's just strange that... it's just always been like a funny aspect of this. It's like, Phoenix Wright still has a Nokia 3310, which is crazy. That's a great piece of technology there if it's working like 30 plus years after it stopped being produced. And not just because the thing turns on, but I mean like, it's still able to get a signal and everything. But then you have like Athena over here with her hologram computer on her neck. That's the weird thing. Like, she's just a kid. She just picked it up. Like, she makes it like she went down to the mall and picked it up from the Apple store or something. Okay, if Temotaro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. So why wouldn't it have done that? Is there a reason why maybe he couldn't have heard it? Is it because no, he had the staff with him. When she saw him in the hall after she called the police, he had the staff with him and it jingled, according to her. I'm gonna press this one again. We might miss something in here. So it makes a distinctive sound. Jinxie said that too. Something about Tema making a jangly sound. I think we're missing some here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. Okay, I wonder if we're getting to... No, that's 340. Okay, that's later. Never mind. That's way too late. Is there a reason he couldn't have heard it? But he says he hears the stairs, so he clearly can hear over here. Is it maybe because of the TV? Like, he says his ears working, but like, if he was watching TV, wouldn't the TV have been super loud? Do we present the TV show again? Afternoon wrestling match was a total disaster. Like, he knows what happened, so he was clearly watching and listening to it. Tofu Tato. A high-protein yokai. Something about fighting cancer? It's just like every single channel around here just full of yokai shows.
Objection!
No, okay. I was thinking like the TV was gonna be super loud.
Okay, if it's not that. There were no Temataro in the foyer. Okay, I thought this was the one we added, but maybe... Or there was all creaky, squeaky legs. No way I would have missed something, someone walking by. What if this one's it? What if me adding the testimony was... No, okay, I added this. Specifically, I told the judge to add it. This has to be it. If he was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. Okay, well, what if his staff was used to kill the guy? Like, he wouldn't have his staff with him, but then... That doesn't explain how Jinxie didn't... Or Jinxie did hear the staff. Because that was after the murder happened. Is yokai a Japanese term for cute girl monster? Because I typed into Google, I'm seeing results of both. It's for monster. It's what they call their like apparitions and monsters and stuff. It's like a general catch-all term, but yes, you're probably going to find many results for both. It's like, I can't remember what the other kanji is, but the kanji for yo is like literally the kanji for ghost or apparition or spirit. I can't remember what kai actually means, but that is indeed what it is. Okay, if this is the answer, I don't know what we could be presenting as the evidence here. Because I don't think it's this. I don't think we're ready to do this yet. I feel like that's later. The staff would have gone jingle jangle. Are we to present this because the staff is here?
Objection!
No, okay. Well, that's okay. I'm not sure what we're presenting next. I know I'm probably getting hung up on the jingle jangle statement, but that's the one we added. I guess it wouldn't be the first time that the statement we added is a red herring. Maybe I'll press the previous statement before it and see what we get. See if we can do something different. Because there was a choice in that one when I pressed it. Maybe they'll change things. Oh, we have to start this whole thing over? Fuck. Oh, no, we don't. Oh, yes, we do. Okay. Before I put the statement in. Okay, we're going to press this again. Because he talks about the jingly janglies. And I'm going to say no. I don't know if that's probably just going to not put it in, which I feel like is the wrong answer. But I wonder if it is. I wonder if it's a red herring to do otherwise. We're no Temataro in the foyer. Okay. No, it's gotta be it. I need that statement. It has to be the right one. I'm pressing. The sound is very important, because like if he's watching TV and he says his ears were still working, then he should have heard it. But then why didn't he hear it? Ted passed by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. And she also confirms this. It jingled. Staff-like implement that jingled. How does he know it's a staff? Well, I guess because he's like seen picture. Oh wait. Hang on.
Objection!
I have an idea. Temataro staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? And Mr. Filch, you say you didn't see Temataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume that just now that Temataro would be holding a staff? Exactly. Huh? You see, the Temataro Jinx he saw held a staff in his hands. And she described its sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Temataro doesn't use a staff, not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch?
Right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. So the question is, why did the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff?
I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting.
Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff.
Scroll's wrong. Nah, you actually saw him. Oh, wait. He would have had to see him. Why would that the scroll be wrong? That scroll is like... I don't think the scroll's wrong. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff.
But again,
Bloody hell. You duplicate little... Yes, how'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? A minute, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well?
I'm begging ya, please don't make me say it.
But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact.
No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be.
He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. Question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why you can't admit the truth? Come to think of it.
They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Thinks he wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro claim her soul.
Wait, you think Filch believes that too?
So Mr. Big-Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about them? Them old village superstitions?
Would the defense please explain what the witness is talking about?
People of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro.
Don't say that's why.
It's all right here.
Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul.
See? That's why folks like us, folks in Ninetails Vale, can't talk about seeing Tenmataro.
That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that that way no one could talk about him. So it was as if he never existed. Fence hold that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. What? Seems like a likely assumption.
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Oh, just wait till this guy sees Mia. He's gonna have a fit. The common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetails Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. I'm waiting for him to break those handcuffs. I can see him doing it. Like he's gonna break his cuffs, and the ponytail's gonna come undone. I feel like we're getting close to that. Maybe not in this stream, but next stream for sure.
Order, order, I say! You fool of a tanuki. 2 times now your lives have cost me. Sorry, sorry. I promise not to do it again. Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him. He's going to eat me alive. Head for the hills.
Well, you can't just run like that. And what'd he take? He took something. I know he took something.
I took off.
Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him, and with your fastest men.
That's certainly not something you see every day.
Is it just me, or like... Okay, I don't know if we're gonna get to see it again, but if you look at the emblem on the front of the judge's stand, it looks kind of red. Like there's blood on it.
Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenma Taro was at the scene, and now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill?
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, there it is!
Uh-oh.
Huh?
His shackles. I'm too young to die. Justice, Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers.
No, there goes the judge. Hiding under the bed. Yeah, look at that. It looks really red. Like, that doesn't look like a shadow or anything. Well, I guess the shadow and shading up here on the scales, they're also pretty red, but it just seems like a weird color choice.
Detective, do something!
Have no fear. Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us.
Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free.
Dude, the man's a fucking killer. Fucking shackle him up again.
Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Silence.
Ooh, that's a new one.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards.
Says the killer.
Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, can I ask you to, you know...
I think the judge forgot he's in charge here.
So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is a real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Right. And that yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Cuby.
Silence.
I think the sword is a lot scarier than the whip ever was.
Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber?
What? He's right. She said nothing about the Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. Yeah, so where did he go between, like, her seeing the crime and then running to the phone? Where was he?
Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door.
Unless he vented. Which maybe he did. And your point is?
When opening the door, she found a freshly skewered murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor.
Let's not jump to conclusions here. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tenma.
Then why does that little scamp claim to not have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber?
Considering her father's accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room.
I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber?
There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime.
Alright, can we summon her to the stand then?
Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave her alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last, it shall be stated.
Wait, this is still a trial, right?
Show me what you're truly capable of, Justice Dono.
Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Uh,
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess?
Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo.
Lou, you mean the bathroom?
Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash her hands.
See that you make no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished.
Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins.
I declare Prosecutor Blackquill the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor's running the show, does it? I mean, I feel like that's happened more often than not, where the prosecutor just ends up taking over the court. Not with Gavin. A little bit with Godot. Maybe, definitely Franziska. And definitely her dad.
He busted out of his shackles.
Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to.
Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor.
What's with that guy in the whole samurai act anyway?
Such fine swordsmanship. It is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel.
No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. And then we'll defend you in court after you kill the man.
I suppose it could wait till later.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up.
Remember what Blackquill said, Apollo. Don't be late.
And then Apollo was never seen again. You think someone was... Oh, against that guy in the green suit? Oh, definitely. A real samurai doesn't show off like Blackquill does. He hasn't shown any of his strength yet. The green guy, he would like just one-shot him. He would block his first attack and then instantly, right through the gut.
Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is.
Is that supposed to be her reflection? I thought that was like a drawing for a second because the angle makes no sense as a reflection. The only way that reflection works is if she is standing up and facing it. Well, not standing up, being held by her legs and facing it. It's the only way that reflection works. Unless this is like something that's lost in translation from the 3DS and the stereoscopy, but I don't think so. He has a bird, though. If he uses the bird, he's just more of a coward.
Nerarion, leader of the 100 demons. He really does exist.
Wow, that is one well-polished tray.
The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child?
Begone, Nerarion, leader of the 100 demons.
You think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. In the beast of the bar, the demon of the due process, if you will.
My charm has no effect.
Demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one.
Now, you little scamp.
Yes.
I trust you know why you're here.
Bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand. And go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it.
Everyone's a comedian.
No, I mean your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Yeah, this charm will keep Azukurai away.
Azuki Arai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azuki-Arai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes while washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
And before she starts making a bunch of like control charms and just passing them off as like other charms that you stick to your head, and just has like an army of zombies. I mean, she has all the potential to be a major supervillain here.
Is that so?
Well, thank you.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for.
They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Of all the people of her to be developing a friendship with.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene. Did I see Tenma Taro in the fox chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room.
So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Lots, and lots of them.
Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them?
I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kansha, Nurikabe, Seto Taisho. They were all there. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them.
This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
You're the one that accepted a charm from her to help you sleep at night because it wards off a yokai. Wait, what are you talking about?
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes.
Well, that didn't take long to convince him of that. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena?
She's obviously not herself. Trauma of discovering that crime scene. And fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell?
I feel like he's gonna have some objections considering he didn't like me using my bracelet earlier.
Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed?
Then again, she's using science. I'm using magic. There's a difference.
It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we will get any viable testimony. She'd better be served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you.
Wow, how embarrassing. Your machine malfunctions the first day you use it. Nice. I see Tenma Taro in the fox chamber. Well, when I opened the door, I saw... Now I remember. Lots of yokai. Man, she's probably more hopped up on drugs than that guy was with the sleeping pills. She saw this many. I think I know what she's talking about, though.
Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion.
Athena, what exactly are we looking at here?
Oh, this. It's one of Widget's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice.
Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? I mean, it is like 2031. AI tech's probably like a light years ahead of where it is now. The one thing they got right. Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy.
Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow of error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess.
So, all these yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions?
Yes, that's right. Her fears instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seen normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear.
So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai.
We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter.
Okay, let's give this a try. Okay. Oh, I see. We got different things we can examine. But why this one specifically? Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire?
That's a Kasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the Aldermans.
And let me guess, it's gonna go throw him in a nuclear reactor back in hell? Yeah, I've heard that one before. It's actually almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation.
Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaken for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai in the Wheel of Fire.
I know the answer now. Hey, Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? I mean, the only thing on a wheel here is that, but that's clearly not a cat. But maybe? I'm trying to think if there's anything else here that's more cat-like. I guess if it was up here, if we're talking like physical presence in that picture, then it could be this. But again, that's more of a fox than a than a cat. I don't know, I feel like it's a combination of the two, considering there's a wheel over here, but then there's like a big fox that's like, and fire over here. Like, it's gonna be a combination of things. Oh, I guess it could be the lamp. You're right. Yeah, Wheel of Fire. Like a literal Wheel of Fire. Okay. I see where the logic is going on these things. I was thinking more visual because I was like, oh, we saw some of these yokai on like the side table there, but they don't quite match very well.
The light fixture?
This one right here has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. It was never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Kashi you saw was just a light fixture. Oh, we have to do this for all of them? Okay. Alright, so it's more about, like, visual representation than anything.
That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now you've got the hang of it. You should be a cinch to point out the rest.
Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster?
That's a Nurikabe. It is a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray.
That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a Tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. Man, it must suck being from a culture that thinks literally everything can be a monster, and therefore you walk into a room, and just every single object in the room is now one of your greatest fears. And could eat you alive at any time.
Did it, Apollo? Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. Doesn't that break our whole case apart? Don't say that out loud!
Oh my god, what are you doing, Athena? You idiot!
Right. There never really were any yokai there. So, the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion.
Wait, Jinxie, what about Tenmataro?
There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now.
You've
Gotta be joking!
So your statement was completely... Well, okay, maybe the statement isn't false. Maybe that's still true. That's later. That's a different place. That's not in the room.
Order! Order in the court!
I think we just dug our own grave.
Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do.
Oh, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion.
Does that mean Jinxie still hasn't remembered everything yet?
Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update.
Okay, so now she's surprised here. So scared when I entered the room. Now she's mostly surprised, but not quite as frightened. My legs gave when I fell to the floor. What was this one? I entered the room. Legs gave when I fell to the floor. There in the Fox Chamber, I saw the Alderman dead on a table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro. So it's mostly fear there. Okay, so which one of these is like the more out of place emotion? I feel like almost here, like she was still, well, okay, if she's just walking the chamber, then this makes sense because she's surprised because she just saw a murder scene. Anyone would be surprised. So scared when I entered the room, but you're also surprised when you entered the room. Like something was there that you weren't expecting, even if it wasn't murder. Maybe? Like I feel like this shouldn't be as... It suddenly went from like nothing to full. Maybe? No, okay, that's not it. Alright. Do we get penalized for this? Wasting the court's time playing Simon Says on our computer? Alright, I guess not, but it seems like it's free. Okay, this one's free. So scared when I entered the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Wait, okay, actually maybe this is what's going on here. Like, should she still be... Okay, so I was scared when I entered the room. Yeah, okay, so she's surprised and scared. But then she's like suddenly no longer like as frightened. The fact that this one just drops down to 0 is kind of strange. The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear?
Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment.
You did? Where did it come from?
Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me.
Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now let's see.
Look!
How does that change things? Who the hell did she mistake for her mom?
Oh, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now.
Oh, good. Maybe we can get a proper explanation then. Sudden burst of courage. Now where could that have come from? Hey, Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage?
Yes, there was. I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later.
Don't tell me you fucked the corpse. Come on. Everyone does that. It's a classic blunder.
Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage?
Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden outburst of courage have anything to do with this? Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you?
The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it.
You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene?
That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look. Something slid out.
Is that the key to the door?
It appears to be a key.
Might I have a look, your baldness? Ah. This is nothing more other than the master key to QB Manor.
Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Yeah, how the fuck would you know that? What does a master key look like? Can those even exist, really? Because, like, every lock you install is different. Don't they all have, like, slightly different keys? How can you make a master key to a place? Unless there's, like, a separate lock for it.
Matches the serial number of that key that went missing after the murder.
A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that?
A little scamp here stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence.
That's a little melodramatic, don't you think?
Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, if she were the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl.
And your point is?
Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now.
So what you're saying is she had the key the whole time, and she was the one that let herself in and out to kill them.
A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable.
Oh, okay. I thought you were blaming her, but hey, that works too.
Objection!
How could this happen? Avenza's sister refrained from growling at her frustrations.
Athena, are you alright?
I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do.
It sucks.
Sykes Dono, allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer?
Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come running in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept.
Great. Now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks.
Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. Can't even think straight.
Hey, are you alright? Just fell right into his trap. Okay, I don't think it's a locked room mystery. We already know the answer to this mystery, though, unfortunately. Someone vented. If that's the only way in or out, someone vented. That, or it's going to be the real twist of they came in from the chamber, like the inner chamber that's like apparently locked and can't be opened. Somehow. I don't know how, but we haven't even been in that chamber, and I feel like it's going to be important. I would love to, like, not rule out the whole coming in through the window thing. But it's pretty clear that window doesn't open anywhere near wide enough for any human being to crawl through. Then again, we did see that the wrestling guy was on the roof of the building. So how did he get up there if not through the window? There must have been a way up there, which means that there's probably a way in that room from outside somewhere. Hey, are you alright?
Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Alright, I'll be back in 10.
Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai.
Apollo?
Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to?
Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn this prosecution's case?
Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine.
Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you?
Not really, but we'll be fine.
But...
I'm saying nothing. That's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. It's all over if I don't.
Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box.
Or in his case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that could counter the prosecutor's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another.
Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono.
Time to die. Do or die. Literally.
The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room.
You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened?
I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping the locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so?
Choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but... it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through. And there's a sheer cliff outside.
Oh yeah, if that's like behind too, then you're not going anywhere through that window. I do wonder how he got onto the roof of the building though. Maybe that was from somewhere else.
As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out.
I don't know if I fully buy the whole you couldn't reach the vent thing. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. What if they were hiding? Like, kind of like in, what was that, 2-2? They were like hiding in a basket, waiting, and then they came out later through the basket. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. Well, simple is best after all, right? If the window can't open wide enough and they can't reach the air duct, then,
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room.
Exactly. The killer was hiding in the room. They unlocked the door, and they went through it. How did she open the door if she didn't have the key? She would, if she's telling the truth, she would not have had the key. Therefore, how would she have opened the door if it was actually locked? There was never stated that door was locked when she found the crime scene. She just walked on in.
Would one exit the Fox Chamber, then lock it without a key,
Do we know it's locked? I thought we were under the impression we don't know it's locked. Like, it's never stated that it was locked. We just assumed it was locked. Why, someone used the chair Tenma was on? Nah, I don't think that's high enough. Those chairs are, like, really squishy. Also, there would be a body on there. Well, an unconscious body, not a dead one, but still. I was thinking the table could have also been used, but I don't think that table's high enough.
Remember, Apollo, keep it simple.
Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but I don't know, maybe he did do the vent then. I mean, it's definitely not, he didn't go into the room. We don't even know how to unlock that room. Alright. Try this again. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked because... Okay, so we are on the right track here. The perp locked it from outside? The perp would have had to have been someone who had a key. Because, like, yeah, the master key exists. Locked from... Tenma locked it from inside. It locked on its own. The perp locked it from outside. All of these sound like pretty plausible theories. Okay, we don't have any proof that the door could have locked on its own. That seems highly unlikely, so I think we can rule that one out. The perp locked it from outside. Possible, depends who the perp was. If they would have had a key that would have had access to that room specifically. Because yes, the master key exists, but it wasn't stated that the master key was the only key to that room, right? Oh, the key's not in here. Shit, I was kind of hoping it was. I'm pretty sure the master key was not the only key to the Fox Chamber, right? There's like another dedicated Fox Chamber key. Tenma locked it from the inside. Okay. He could have done that, but why? That doesn't make any sense. He was unconscious when she found them. So like, okay, killer comes in, kills the other guy, knocks out Tenma, and then walks out, and then Tenma just gets up, locks the door, and then gets back down and goes back to sleep? Highly unlikely. And why would he lock it again? That seems weird. Why would he want to trap himself in the room? What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it out. Consider this, the master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Yeah, but what... Is that... Sorry, did I miss the part where they said that this was the only key to the Fox Chamber? That you need the master key to get there? I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, because it seems like a pretty important room, so... You'd want very few keys that lead in there, but... Did we say for certain that there was no, like, dedicated Fox Chamber key? So I guess it is number one then. Fixing a room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. Only we could explain both. Yes, we can. Hang on. I know how. Like, how the key could be used inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. That's not quite what I was thinking, Apollo. But, okay. It's not what I was expecting pressing that button. And where would you throw it in from? There's a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Oh, come on! That's exactly what I'm thinking of here. I was thinking of the vent. Yeah, thank you, Athena. Wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? Yeah. Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? Yes, it could have, right here, in this vent. That's a one hell of a toss, but you could crawl through that vent a little and then just kind of drop it down and then crawl back. The air vent? Yes. The window may be out of question, but the air vent's not.
Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway.
That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber.
Wait a second. I just had a really crazy theory about who the killer is, or actually specifically killers. I think there's an accomplice here.
That's preposterous.
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door.
Oh yeah, that's right. The key was found in the vent. I actually completely forgot the key was found in the vent.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do was to go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? See, because what I'm guessing here is the argument's going to be, well, how did someone eventually, maybe not right now, but maybe in the next trial day, how is someone wear the Tenma costume is big? How did someone wear that but also fit into the vent? And the answer is they didn't. Amazing, even I could follow that. He looks ready to strike. I thought he was like going to give you a penalty. Just seems really pleased. That explains everything. Real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else in that other than the mayor and the alderman in that room.
Hey, looks like the lawyer was being a jailbird prosecutor. Whoa, that was a total turnabout.
Massive four of his seems so much more attractive now. Is this how Apollo becomes as famous as Phoenix Wright?
Order, order, I say.
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
And I don't think we've disproved him quite yet, Apollo.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono. But your final thrust missed its mark.
Huh?
Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and watch right out the front door?
That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... We don't have the tapes. Let's see the tapes first before we come to that conclusion.
But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage.
Oh, they checked it already, okay.
What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there?
I don't feel so good.
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there, without being seen by the security camera.
Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one.
Actually, I've got evidence for that.
Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window?
What the heck, right?
I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset.
Well, don't spoil it.
That would mean the killer really was a yokai.
Only we had some sort of evidence that could prove only to a flying killer.
Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be.
What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly?
Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cord to steal.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Take a look at the special edition paper.
Tenma Taro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in the photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window?
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting that...
Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenma Taro flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence.
It is your brain that has flown the coop. An image is not but a trick photography or some other form of artifice.
Okay then, how about the Tenma Taro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air?
No, there's a rational common sense explanation for that. An infernal yokai or tricksy tanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye.
Oh, now you're blaming her? Where did this come from?
She?
I don't like where this is going.
Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at the time.
Not good. Not good at all.
You understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenma Taro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma.
I was waiting for this to come. I have no reason not to, like, disbelieve them. Or not to not believe them, so...
Order! Order! The fence will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. Little Scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It is far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way?
Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? The case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one.
Bailiff, seize her. This time I interrogated her as the samurai of yore would.
And, perhaps enlightening the courts, our less cultured people in the court, what that entails.
Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How did it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenma Taro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayo, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would all be but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess?
Wait.
Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again.
Mayor Tenma, no! Do not fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone.
The real killer is...
Hey, Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away.
Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return.
Huh? Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Oh, is he gonna transform right here? Oh, shit! Well, this was kind of unexpected, gonna be honest.
Foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you will seek.
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King.
What the? Demon King? Well, then I think it's time for me to take a vacation. The Lynx, a father will go to protect their daughter.
The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time?
Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ha! What a nonsense.
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
His body is now mine.
Oh, you're pleading insanity. I get it. Smart move.
So you're saying Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie, Tenma, and Phineas Filch saw, and the one captured in a newspaper photo, those were all you?
The accursed power of those warding charms prevented me from revealing my true form. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, the confession by yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be a real in a manner of speaking. But the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma. Or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place.
How so, Prosecutor Blackquill?
Seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled onto the scene of the crime.
Wait, but that would put him on the floor in front of the door, not on the chair.
Little scamp fled in terror whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the arm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor.
Wait, I thought you weren't believing this whole, like, yokai possession mumbo-jumbo earlier, and now all of a sudden you're humoring it? Is this just to make me look silly, or are you actually getting to something?
Newly freed Tenma Taro fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible? He was supposed to have flown out the foyer window.
Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of Kyubi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, is Tenma Taro?
Oh.
That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I, but presently tired I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place.
Blackwell up to his tricks again?
I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real life,
So rumor Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real.
You mean he really did kick the alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro?
Order! Order!
He's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai.
The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact.
What? This is more bizarre than the time that you saw a live possession in court multiple times over? Somehow this is more bizarre than that, despite this clearly being a farce.
Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma to protect his daughter. Plus, I've already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. Yeah, I don't see how this could be one of them when this is clearly a farce. Meanwhile, every other time something supernatural actually happened that's apparently not as... that's on the same level? Nuh-uh, no way. I don't see how a trick, a plead of insanity in court is the same thing as real live ghost possession. Those are completely different levels. Verdict at this point would be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of the law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight?
Look, it's only been a year and we proved that he didn't do that. Also, that was like 10 years ago. What do you mean dark age of the law? What's all this talk about Dark Age of the Law all of a sudden? Like, this wasn't a issue in Apollo Justice. That was just like a one-time thing that happened to Phoenix. Wasn't even his fault. We proved it wasn't the case. He's gonna get his badge back anyways. And, like, what happened to the whole... Also, what happened to the jury? We haven't heard anything about the jury system.
Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation.
How about I just promise not to succumb to anything?
We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but...
I'm sorry? Oh, did your circuits just fail? Did Simon.exe stop working? What's wrong with him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that.
Wait, now he is all of a sudden? What did he do? Even I have to wonder what the hell's going on here.
What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner?
It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave.
Are they in the handcuffs?
You shall pay for...
Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior.
A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective?
Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
What a mess this trial ended up being at the end there. Man tries to plead insanity. It took how long for Fulbright to come back with the button to zap him? Like, where was he for the last, like, hour? Did he lose it? He's had control over him this entire time. And he didn't think to zap him the moment the shackles got broken? Nor the moment that he decided to, like, pull out his hawk? None of that saw him as suspicious? Okay. Sure. Whatever. Well, today was certainly a development. I'm liking where things are going. Blackwell's amazing. I definitely think that he may be better than Gavin. I thought Gavin was pretty cool, but I feel like he was just kind of Franziska 2.0 in a lot of ways. Although he was kind of cool in his own way too. I feel like there just wasn't enough development with him. Maybe it's because the game was only like 4 cases long, and one of those was kind of dedicated to Phoenix Wright in a way. No, the game was only 4 cases long, and we only got 3 with him. But even then, it felt like we didn't really get 3 cases with him. I don't know. Apollo Justice had the best overall story, but I feel like some of the characters didn't really get fully fleshed out. They were just kind of there, acting as like fill-ins or replacements for other characters. And especially now that all those characters seem to just get quietly dismissed, and we've moved on to like a completely new cast. I'm assuming we'll may or may not be here. Well, actually, I don't know. They may or may not be here for the next game, but this game's going to have like 5 or 6 cases to develop them, so obviously a lot more than Apollo did. But I'm liking Black Quill a lot. So, yeah, we'll see where this goes next time. In the meantime, this will definitely be it for today. That was a lot longer day 1 than I was expecting, but I thought we'd at least finish it off. Some of his best Apollo Air Prosecutor. I mean, he's definitely up there. I'm liking him more than Gavin, I think, for sure. I think it's pretty clear. Gavin looks cool. He acts cool, but I don't think he is cool, if that makes any sense. This guy is just pretty cool all around. And we haven't even seen the full brunt of him yet. I think we still have a lot more. I'm liking this cast a lot more than I did with Apollo, though. Like the overall cast. Like the Gumshoe replacement, the new prosecutor, all good stuff. I'm kind of shocked we don't see Emma, though. Unless Emma's later on. But it just seems really weird that Emma's still is not the detective anymore. Like, she just got immediately replaced. She had 2 appearances. But that'll be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow with some Lingo 2 probably. And then we got Minecraft on Friday. And then we'll continue this next week, day 2 of Trial 2. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching today. I hope everyone enjoyed. And I will see you next time.